Honourable members, can we start with our meeting? Let's take our seats. Let's take our seats.
They said money's still coming. I don't know whether you can delay the meeting 15 minutes.
Or we can start.
No,
with
no,
the
we start with the department.
We'll just switch it around.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
hard copies.
Okay. Did you tell him?
Yes. They printing the hard copies.
No, there's no problem. Let's take our seats, honourable members.
Good morning, honorable members.
Wait, introduce my person. Did I introduce after copy?
Opening and welcome. Apologies. Yeah. Just after the. Maybe let's do apologies and then.
Yeah.
Yes.
Morning, dear. Morning. No. Deputy Minister. Honourable members, let's start our meeting.
I'm looking for you, Chair.
Oh no, we are here.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that's your issue.
Oh, okay. Morning, Minister.
Good morning, Chair. How are you?
Fine, and you?
Morning, thanks.
That's great. Let me talk to you so you can. Good morning, honourable members. Good morning, Minister Nchabeni. Good morning, DM, and good morning, generals of our defence force and all senior officials here. Let me start by welcoming you all and declare this meeting officially open. The committee today will deal with a number of matters. Two key issues on our agenda were postponed from last week's meeting and will now be addressed by the committee today. These are the first. These are first and our engagement with the National Arms Control Committee, and the second. But we'll start with the Defence Force members, and follow up with the NCACC, and then on the SANDF will deal with the breakdown of the allowances paid to soldiers in the DRC. And with regard to the NCACC, this engagement follows concern raised by the committee by representatives of the domestic defense industry regarding regulatory of NCACC's meetings to consider permit applications. And this concern have implication not only for the functioning of the industry, but also for South Africa's credibility and reliability as a partner in the international defense market. Related concerns have also been raised regarding the administrative capacity of the Directorate for Conventional Arms Control, DCAC. The Joint Standing Committee on Defense has engaged with the DCACC on several occasions in the past, during which assurances were provided that functionality will improve and that systems would be implemented to streamline and modernize the permit application processes. Unfortunately, many of these challenges raised previously continue to exist. Minister serving on the NCACs, the committee must again state clear terms that we are dissatisfied with the repeated postponement of engagement with the NCAC. On several occasions, meetings have had to be postponed because of the NCAC was not available to account to the committee. This situation is not satisfactory for a body that plays such important role in the regulation and oversight of South Africa's conventional arms trade. The committee expects accountability and consistency in this regard. At this time, we approach today's meeting with the intention of charting a way forward. We appreciate your presence here, Minister. We trust that today's engagement will allow us to address the concerns raised, improve communication between the committee and the NCAC, and ensure that the necessary systems are in place for the effective functioning of this important regulatory framework. The committee will also receive a briefing on the allowances paid to soldiers deployed in the Democratic Republic of Congo. This matter was also scheduled for last week's meeting and was postponed. The committee looks forward to receiving the clear breakdown of these allowances. In addition, we will receive a short presentation on the deployment of South African Defence Force in Gauteng in support of efforts to counter illegal mining. This deployment has important implication for the role of the SANDF in supporting other institutions. We also need to inquire how this fits in with upcoming deployment of the SANDF with the police. Following this briefing, the committee will attend to a number of administrative matters before. Honourable members, we may not deal with those administrative matters. We will deal with them in our next meeting. So with those few words, it is therefore just important that we indicate that I would request the Minister, the Chairperson of the NCACC, that we start with the Defence Force with their presentation and also the issue of deployment. So, honourable members, before we carry on, let's do our normal, follow our normal protocols. Let's deal with the apologies, and then from there we'll follow all other. Let's deal with the apologies and then adoption of the agenda. Secretary of the.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone present. There's an apology from Ms. Tili Hwase, Ms. Brett, Mr. Shelembe. And then there's also an apology from Mr. Nell and DM Holomisa and the Minister of Defense. And then there are 3 early requests, Chair, from Mr. Niehaus, Mr. Gerike, and Mr. Plaichis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the next item, which is the adoption of the agenda. Or before that, let me introduce the members of the members here, honourable members. Let's start with the introduction of the members.
Just before that, Chair, may I request that I be excused at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay. the chairperson of the Procedural Committee, my apology, Chair. Welcome. Honourable members, the chairperson has been invited to this meeting. We really appreciate your presence here, Chair. Do you have you want to?
I just wanted to report my credentials to you, that I'm a permanent alternate from today of the committee, even though we have an item as the Joint Standing Committee that deals with the deployment of the force.
You are the permanent member of the committee?
Permanent alternate.
Permanent alternate. Thank you.
Yes.
You are welcome, Chair.
No, thank you.
Yes. And let me as well welcome the co-chair of the committee, Chair. Welcome. And thank you very much. Yeah, let's start with the introduction of members before we adopt the agenda. Honourable members, I'll start with myself here. I'm Pala, the co-chair of the committee. Chair, let me just say.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Malusi Kigaba, co-chair of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start with you, Honourable Carl.
Good morning, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, and the various representatives from the SANDF and also the NCACC. My name is Carl Niehaus, and I'm the EFF permanent representative on this Joint Standing Committee on Defence and also the Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kubukile.
Good morning, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, officers, generals of the South African National Defence Force, members of the NCACC, chairperson, and members. My name is Phumlani Kubukeli. I'm a member of MK Party. I represent it here permanently and in the Portfolio Committee for Defence and Military Veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable. Honourable Hati.
Good morning, Chair. Chris Otto, member of the committee.
Thank you. Honourable Hala.
Good morning, Chair. Hala, member of this committee.
Thank you. David.
Morning, Chair. Nkosi Ntsikayazo Cebe Khulu, member of the committee.
Thank you very much. Honourable Plakis.
Good morning, Chair. Windy Plakis, member of this committee.
Thank you. Honourable Please.
Morning, Chair. Protocol observed. My name is Peter Noe and a member of the committee.
Thank you very much. Chair of the PC and alternate member.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to all members and the members of the executive and all officers and generals. My name is Mulifi Dakota Lehuete. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. But here on the item that deals with the Joint Standing Committee in terms of the deployment of the force. But from today, I'm a permanent alternate. So I wish to be in all records, including the attendance register. You don't see my name.
Thank you, Honourable. Honourable Kosa.
I thought it was a simple introduction. I'm Nicholas Gotzel. I'm a member of this committee. Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Virgil Harika. I'm a member of the EFF deployed to this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable Minister, if you can just introduce the...
Good morning. My name is Kumbuzo Nchabeni, Minister in the Presidency and Chairperson of the NCACC.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister, if you can just introduce as well the people the officials you are with here.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Richard Mkungo, Deputy Minister of Defence and Military Veterans. I don't want to cause confusion. They'll introduce themselves.
Thank you.
Start with you.
Okay.
Good morning, Honorable Co-Chairs and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Defense. The name is Adam Abotsi, the Acting CFO of the Department of Defense. Thank you.
Can you just repeat again?
Adam Abotsi, the
Yes.
Acting CFO of the Department of
Acting
Defense.
CFO.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you very much. General Ramazan, if you can just introduce.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members. I'm Lieutenant General Michael Ramansana, the Chief of Staff of the SANDF. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair, the honorable members of the committee. I'm Malungi Sasichongaye, the Chief of Human Resources of the Department of Defense.
Thank you. General.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, Major General Tom Yalo, Chief Director Operations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. General.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members. I am Brigadier General Martin Khopane, Director Operations.
Thank you, General. General.
Morning, Honorable Chair and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Defense. I'm Major General Tembelani Tandegile Kundu, Chief Military Policy, Strategy and Plan.
Thank you, General. Honourable members, we have our staff, our support staff. Let me start with your talk.
Good morning, co-chairs and members. I'm Dr. Willem Jansen van Rensburg. I'm the advisor to the committee.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, members. My name is Nandi Pamakakwana, the committee secretary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Van.
Morning, Chair. Dr. Raymond Stenkamp Fonseca, committee researcher.
Thank you. Honourable members, we are going to move straight to, let's adopt the agenda. You've got the agenda here, but as I indicated earlier on that we'll start with the SANDF, then from there we'll follow with the NCACC. So without much ado, honourable members, let's adopt the agenda. Honourable Nihas.
Honorable Chair, I would like to propose adoption of the agenda, but in doing so, I do want to raise my concern about the absence of the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans. The item that we are going to deal with now immediately after the adoption of the agenda, the briefing on foreign allowances to SANDF members, and the breakdown of those allocated allowances is a critical matter, and the Minister should have been present here because the SANDF has received a lot of negative publicity because of this issue. So it is sad that the Minister is not with us, and the EFF want to raise our concern and our objection to her absence. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable. Can we have the second of the agenda? Honourable Harding.
Chairperson, I would like to second it, but then I also have a question, specifically relating to point 3 or point 5 on our agenda. We have requested repeatedly that there should be response from the NCACC on the AMD presentation. I see it is on the agenda, but I haven't received any documentation. I would like to know whether there are any other presentations that we still have not received here, so that we know that, and if it's been received, that we can prepare. Thank you.
Okay. Your concern is noted. We'll deal with it when we deal with the NCACC.
Just a simple question. Are there any presentations that we haven't got yet?
Okay. Okay. In terms of the office there, from the NCACC is only the document which has been presented.
I support the adoption.
Thank you. Okay. Let's proceed, members. Minister, Deputy Minister, we are going to deal with the issue, the two issues from the Department of Defense. I'm handing over to you and to deal with the briefing on foreign allowances of the SANDF and the consideration of the letter of deployment of the SANDF in support of the SAPS. So the platform is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Joint Standing Committee, the Minister in the Presidency, the Chief of Staff of SANDF, General Ramaswana, co-chairs of this Joint Standing Committee, the members of the Joint Standing Committee, the Chief of Joint Operation is absent today, I can see. The officials of the Department of Defense, support staff, CFO, and Chief HR General Sishongaye, good morning. We humbly appreciate, Chair, the opportunity to appear before this committee to not only present in detail of the subject matter, but to also clarify silent points that continuously come back as clarity is required from our department on these matters. We will do so, Chair, to satisfy our legislative obligation to continuously account to this honorable committee and the people of the Republic of South Africa on every cent spent by the department, and to reaffirm our unfettered commitment to abide with the prescripts of the PFMA. And lastly, to reassure this committee that we treat our workers with fairness. The aim is to present to the Joint Committee on the outstanding foreign allowances to SANDF members with a clear breakdown of 813 million allocated for allowances. There are few points that I need to augment from the presentation, including the fact that according to our department's records, all the deployed members were paid in full, and if there are complaints sent by SANDF members to the Joint Standing Committee members, we implore the honorable members to share their details with the department in order to rectify any issues. During our mission readiness training for all our troops were informed of their allowances. We will be highlighting the distinctions in allowances on the operations that we deploy our members to, which sometimes vary because of the type of mission and the resources of that mission. We strictly prepared ourselves to respond as per the requirements of this committee, and we intend to do so in order to succinctly and sufficiently cover this point once and for all. Without wasting much time, Chair, I would like to invite the department to present to this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DM. Yeah, you can proceed. Who's going to present, DM? The CFO. Thank you, the CFO.
Good morning, co-chairs and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Defense, Minister in the Presidency, Deputy Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, and generals and colleagues. Co-chairs and the members, I'm presenting this on behalf of the department and on behalf of my generals on the left. This presentation is a follow-up of the presentation we presented to you last week, and we're told to go back and add a bit more information to it and have a proper breakdown of the presentation that was made to you last week. Our aim of the presentation is to ensure and to present to you the deployment in terms of the details of the breakdown of the 813 million as allocated as payment of allowances in terms of the budget we received from National Treasury for the deployment of SAMI DRC, codenamed OPTIBA. Our scope will deal with the background, the allowances paid in terms of the South African policy, sustainment allowances, funding allocation received from National Treasury, sample pay sheets that show the allowances that were paid to the members who were deployed. Then there is optional cash advance, which we'll explain in detail what that is all about, and then we'll end up with any comments or questions from the members. So in December 2023, the President issued employment papers and employed the members of the SANDF for a period of a year from the 15th of December 2023 to 15th of December 2024 at a budgeted cost of 2.4 billion. The allocation that we received from National Treasury was 2.1 billion of the requested 2.4 billion. This 2.1 billion that was allocated to the Department of Defense included 813 million for allowances that needed to be paid to the deployed soldiers. This funding allocation was only received in October of 2024. That was 10 months after the deployment commenced, and that was after National Treasury invoked Section 16 of the PFMA. And Section 16 is where there is no appropriation for any deployment, but if there's an emergency and the entity doesn't have the money, then National Treasury will have to invoke Section 16 of the PFMA, which now requires the Minister of Finance to make a special appropriation. So how we received the 2.1 billion allocation for that. But what was critical is this was 10 months after the deployment. So the first 3 months of the financial year, we had to reprioritize and look for the money from somewhere or utilize other funds. And it will explain the details towards the end of the presentation. The breakdown of the 813 million that was received specifically for allowances was made up of deprivation allowance amounting to 694 million, danger allowance amounting to 45 million, and standby allowance amounting to 74 million. These three allowances will give you the total of 813 million, which was appropriated for the payment of allowances. The allowances and the breakdown of it will be detailed in slide number 6. There's a subsequent slide that is coming. The authorized number of members that were deployed based on employment papers and the presidential minutes of the president was for 2,900 members to be deployed. This 2,900 members is deployment throughout the year that was between the 15th of December 2023 and the 15th of December 2024. Just to give you an example of how the deployment was, how our members were deployed. So as an example, we were deployed from the 15th of December 2023, but as at January 2024, there were 349 personnel on the ground. In May 2024, there were 528 personnel on the ground. In September 2024, 2,396. So the average strength of the members would deploy, that were deployed will differ and will fluctuate based on requirements. And we would like to state this, that the Department of Defense indicates that all the deployed members were paid the full amount that was due to them, and these allowances will be highlighted in the next slide. So all the members that were deployed were paid the full amounts that were due to them. Prior to any deployment, deployed members are briefed and informed about the applicable allowances that each deployed member is entitled to. This is during the mission readiness training. So all the soldiers are called together, they are brought together, and the allowances that are due to them and everything else with regard to being ready for the mission. A whole process is followed. This is a schedule that shows the allowances that are paid to each member when they're out there for deployment. So standard danger allowance on average is 19 Rand 63 Rand. 19 Rand 63 cents, my apology. Special danger allowance is 29 Rand 39 cents. Standby allowance is 80 Rand 75 cents. Deprivation allowance is 761 Rand 48 cents. Then we got the international obligation standard danger allowance, which is 268 Rand 53 cents. These are the allowances, in total 1,159 Rand 78 cents that is paid to a soldier per day on deployment. So for 31 days, if a soldier is deployed for 31 days, they are entitled to 35,953 Rand 18 cents. That is what is paid into their accounts. What is sustainment allowance? So generally, all members who are deployed under OPTIBA, which was SAMI DRC, will receive an optional sustainment allowance of $5 per day. So generally, for the or maybe just for the members to know, and I'm sure the members may have heard about it, it's generally called the cigarette allowance. So it's $5 that's given to the members for utilization of when they are out there and they require a certain amount of advance to, because while they are there, the allowances they received are paid into their pay slips at the end of every month or when they receive their salaries. So it's paid into their accounts. But while they are there, they're also fed, they have water, and they have everything else they may require to sustain themselves. But there may be those who may require chocolates. There may be those who may need to buy cigarettes and whatever else it may be. The $5 is what they receive. And it's what accumulates over a certain period for 140 rand. So obviously take that, would be about 140 rand a month. And that is an advance given to the soldiers to do what they want. And it's optional. If I do not want any cigarettes, I do not want any chocolates, I do not take it. But if I do take it, then that money is deducted from my next month's salary, which we'll show on the next 2 slides coming through. So this amount is then deducted in terms of the IOSD payment that is made to the members. Obviously, the amount is in dollars, so what may come into your bank account will fluctuate or will differ based on the exchange rate fluctuations. How much did we receive for these allowances? And we did say that in our previous slides, 813 million. And the breakdown is the danger and special allowance for regular force members, standby assistance for regular force members, deprivation, and danger and special allowance. I did this at the beginning of the slide. This is an example of a pay slip. It's just unfortunate the mouse will not be able to move for me to show you what the allowances are. But if you take from line number 2, the 608 rand 53 cents, special danger allowance 911 rand, deprivation allowance 2,503 rand. All that shows there about what the member is entitled to. Then you got the line that talks about deprivation allowance of 23,605. So all the ones that we presented in slide number 6 is now showing physically on the pay slip of a member. We'll show you 3 pay slips. We'll show you the pay slip of an officer and a non-commissioned officer. And you'll realize all of them receive the same amount of allowance, irrespective of your rank, because you have been deployed. The beauty of this specific one is this member was one of those who received that additional advance amount. As I said, my apologies, it's a pay slip, so we couldn't indicate on the right number 1, line number 1, number 2, number 3. However, from the third from the bottom, you will see a cash deduction. On the left, far left, there's a code 1203, cash deduction, 2,692 rand 20 cents on the far right. It means this member received that $5 a day to buy cigarettes or chocolates or whatever else it may be that he or she may have wanted to. And there it shows that there was a deduction out of that person's account. If you add the 608 rand, line number 2, line number 3, 911, line number 4, 2503, 23,605, all that will give you the 35,000 rand, which was highlighted in slide number 6, 35,953 rand 18 cents. This is an example of a pay slip of a member. So this member on slide number 9 is one of those who received the advance. Then we move on to the next one, which is on slide number 10. We have highlighted for you the parts of the allowances. So you see it's in a red block with red arrows to the right. You add up all those figures, you will get to the amount that the member was entitled to. So members of the committee, this is what we pay to our members. So this is the second example of a pay slip. And you will see the pay on the top. The pay, that is the basic salary of this member, is 20,773 rand. Then you go to the first one, who's an officer. That was the slide before, slide number 9, 49,742 rand. So irrespective, I'm just reiterating again, chairpersons, irrespective of your rank or your level, you all receive the same allowances of 35,000 as depicted in these 2 pay slips. Then there's the third one also that shows that this member who also receives that salary received all these allowances And the part that is also highlighted in red, 3 from the bottom, this member was also one of those members who also received the cash advance. And there is an example of the deduction of that cash advance. So the member received it while they were on site. And this amount is normally for 28 days, this $5, because you are given this money every 14 days in cash. There's always a finance person on deployment that will give you this $5 in cash per day for the first 2 weeks. The 2 weeks ends, you come for the next 2 weeks, we'll give you $140 again. That is the example. So this, Chair, is the amount that we have paid, the allowances to each member, the breakdown of how the allowances are, the 35,000 rand per member for each deployment. And that is what you get, Chair. So generally, we have gone through an exercise post last week Friday to confirm that everybody who was on deployment received the allowances that were due to them. If there's any member who hasn't received, they have every right to come back. There were hotline, or there are hotlines within the Department of Defense for these deployments where they could come through and say, I do not, or I did not receive any of these allowances. Co-chairs, thank you so much. This is the end of the short presentation with regard to the allowances that were paid to the members who were deployed for SAMI DRC. Thank you very much, co-chairs.
Thank you, Acting CFO. Thank you very much for a detailed breakdown of the 813 million allocated for allowances. Honourable members, what you'll do, let's take the next presentation. Then from there, we'll take some questions after that. Dear, who's going to make a presentation on the... On the deployment. Who's going to do the presentation on the deployment letter? General Manzo?
Chairperson General Khopane is going to be taking us through.
Okay.
He's just positioning himself on the seat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The platform is yours, General.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members.
Mike.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. This morning, I shall be briefing on the Joint Standing Committee on Defense and Military Veterans, the Presidential Force Employment Authority, South African National Defence Force deployment under Ops Prosper illegal mining. The aim, sir, it is to present to you the Presidential Authority for the deployment of the South African National Defence Force under Operation Prosper illegal mining. Sir, despite the current law enforcement efforts by the South African Police to combat acts of criminality across the 5 provinces, the following emerging trends are surging. We see an increased targeting of and incursions into the disused mines. Illegal miners are targeting abandoned farms to conduct illegal activities. There is hostility towards law enforcement which is increasing, and when law enforcement or law and order operations are conducted in these affected areas, the illegal activities shift to other provinces and areas which have got the same opportunities. Illegal immigrants perpetuate the scourge of illegal mining and also finance the gangsterism. And intelligence reports indicated that there are various groups of illegal miners that are highly armed and displaying military tactics. Furthermore, we see gangsterism, which is with the spread of drugs and human displacement, which is on the increase. Sir, the security situation related to this illegal mining has worsened, resulting in a surge in criminal activities in Gauteng, Northwest, Free State provinces. This concerning trend has been further aggravated by a recent and noteworthy increase in violent criminal acts perpetuated by illegal miners across the 5 provinces. The South African Police Services, other departments, government departments, and civil society organizations are presently managing the situation. However, given this complexity of the circumstances, a whole of government approach is required. Consequently, the President of the RSA, President Cyril Ramaphosa, directed this situation has led to a critical necessity for the South African National Defence Force to be deployed in cooperation with the South African Police to deal with this criminality within the country. Subsequently, the National Joint Operational and Intelligence Structure, NETJOINTS, has been tasked with orchestrating an integrated, multidisciplinary, intelligence-driven operations in the affected areas. Initially, sir, I can confirm it was Free State, Gauteng, and the Northwest. Furthermore, the President has authorized the employment of the South African National Defence Force for service in cooperation with the South African Police for the prevention and combating of crime and the maintenance and preservation of law and order in the Republic of South Africa under Operation codenamed Operation Prosper. This is in accordance with the provisions of Section 201, subsection 2, sub alpha of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa of 1996 and Section 19 of the Defence Act 42 of 2002 as amended. The deployment of the South African National Defence Force is part of the security cluster effort to address the prevailing high level of illicit mining and related criminality. In certain areas, the illegal miners carry high caliber weapons, explosives, and also torture and harass communities residing in the vicinity of the disused mining areas. Sir, a complement of 550 members of the South African National Defence Force will be deployed in cooperation with South African Police to support and assist the security cluster in the fight against illegal mining and the related criminality across the country. The deployment for this period, it was initially for 3 months over the period of 30 January up until the 30th of April 2026. And the focus area on this signed presidential authority, it was for Gauteng, Northwest, and Free State. The expenditure estimated to be incurred for this deployment amounts to 80,736,135 rands. And the breakdown thereof, compensation of employees, it is 21 million. Goods and services, it's 59 million, and the total cost just above 80 million, say. It is noteworthy that the cost or the expenditure for this deployment is not yet provisioned for in the financial year 2025-26 and 26-27 DoD budget allocation. Sir, it is further to be noted that the National Assembly has been duly informed by the President, and the National Council of Provinces has been duly informed by the President. This brings me to the end of the presentation, sir. I submit.
Thank you, General Hobane. Honourable members, those are the two short presentations by the department. We'll deal with some. We'll take some questions. Honourable members. Okay, I see two hands now. I'm going to start with Honourable Kwatzel, then Honourable Hating, and I'll then Honourable Nihas will follow, Honourable Noe, and Honorable Gerrit. Honorable Kwasa.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, kindly, less not more than 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. This is on both the briefings, Chair. All right. I'll start with the 813 million rand, and I would also like to express my dismay with the Minister not being here today. It's become quite evident that the Minister of Defence only comes to this committee when our meetings are held, when we hold closed meetings. And we would really like to invite her to come to this committee more often, even when we are not sitting as a closed meeting. It was mentioned, Chair, that all the troops had been paid in full, and that if we as committee members have information of anybody who was not paid, that we should share that details. Well, I think the point is being missed here. The reason why, and this was my issue that I've driven from the start, the reason why the 813 million rand had to be broken down is because we have an accountability function, oversight function. So it was not about whether there are people who is not being paid. It's about whether this money was being spent for the purpose that it was said to have been appropriated. So I would like to understand why it took so long for this presentation to come to this committee. Why did we have to fight so hard for this explanation to come to this committee? Then I also just want to explain that in this week, the DPCI and the SIU did a presentation to the Select Committee on Security and Justice about all its investigations. 14 of the investigations by the DPCI related to the Department of Defense. And several also came up in the SIU report, and the chairperson will know because he also serves on that committee. Now, the approximate exposure that was identified just for the Department of Defense was 2.1 to 2.5 billion rand. So if it is still unclear as to why we insist that the department account to this committee, there it is. Chairperson, then I have a question on slide 4 of that section. It is said that the funding allocation amount for the deployment was only received in October 2024. Now, it also ties in with the second briefing. So I'm not sure whether when they say it was only received, whether someone is to blame here. But when we sat in this committee last week, we had several questions about timelines and plans about the new deployments. The interesting thing was that there was no plan. There was no information. That the other deputy minister in the department had acknowledged at the end that there were more questions than answers and that they had serious work to do. But the one thing that was said to us very quickly was that they need 823 million rand. Now the question is, if you don't have a plan, if you don't have any answers to our questions in that meeting, how is it that you know you need 823 million rand? So how did you get to that amount? Yeah, Chair, well, I mean, we have 2 presentations to get through. So what was the timeline there that you only received the money, the monies in October 2024? And then just as I conclude, Chairperson, on the second briefing, seeing as the Minister in the Presidency is here today, the letters received for this deployment was dated 5 March, but they were backdated 30 January to 30 April. Can we please have an explanation for this confusion of dates? Can we please have an explanation then how you got to an estimate of 80 million rand for this 3-month period when you only deployed on Wednesday in Gauteng? And as a committee that I explained earlier that has oversight, especially over this money, and when we have to wait so long, what is the plan for the other deployments that was announced by the President in his SONA? And can we expect more of this confusion when it comes to dates and deployment areas? Can you today tell us that we as a committee can expect to have oversight sooner, as is determined in the Constitution and as was previously determined in the opinions that this committee received regarding our role in these deployments? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Council. Honourable Houghton.
Chair, after consultation with some of the members of this committee, we have agreed that we will have the session as a question and answer session, and I think you have agreed to that. Can we have responses to the question put by Honourable Godsall and then move on to the next member, so that because we have a history of questions or responses getting lost. So can I ask you that you stick to what we have agreed to up front? Thanks, Chair.
This is going to take us quite some time. Let's do this, members. This really will be time-consuming. Let's take all the questions out. Questions which are almost similar. They will answer those questions. Otherwise, it will take long.
Well, you see what we have quite a long history. As you well know, we refer to the NCACC who is here today. We have still questions from July that would have been responded within 7 days that we have not received responses, and they just get lost, fall off the table. So that's why we can perhaps have similar questions to what Honourable Godsall have put, but I don't think a member will repeat a question if another member has put it. With the history of this committee, and I think we have been decoded. When we have list 40 questions, we get responses to 3 or 4 or 5, and then a promise within 7 days the rest, and that never comes. So, Chair, I really have to insist that we follow the procedure that the most members in this committee has agreed to, and you have also agreed to up front.
Honourable Blacks, you want to respond to this proposal?
No, Chair. I will second the proposal, but my issue is then we must stick to questions and not make speeches. That will help. If we stick to questions, you ask your questions for your 5 minutes, you get a response, it will help. But if we make speeches, it's going to be useless.
Okay. Okay, honourable members, we kindly request that let's not be long. Let's ask questions, and then I will request the department to answer quickly, and then we'll go to the next. And please, let's not make a.
Just on that point, I support the proposal of the questions that those that ask questions must get straight to the questions. That's not in dispute. There are, however, some of us that want to make observations, and there must be space for us to make some observations also. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable. Okay, members, let's proceed. Please, Honorable members, Honorable Hala, you want to speak on the same matter?
I wanted to ask a question.
No. The proposal is that a member asks question and the department answers.
Mm.
And then, so we are requesting that let us not make speeches. Let's be short, so the department can be able to answer these questions. So I'm going to hand over to the department to answer the questions asked by Honorable, and let's just answer those questions which they have asked. Honorable General Ramanta.
Chairperson, through the Deputy Minister, thanks for all the questions. The first question by Honorable Godsell, I need to say that whilst we understand the fact that there's accountability by members of parliament that has to be upheld, which is very correct, but we need to say that it's so unfortunate on this very matter of the allowances. This matter has been. We have spoken to the committee. Then there was a day that it was said, give us detailed presentation. We are expecting this detail, very specific. That one I will not dispute. But the worrying thing, Chairperson, we must understand the role of the Defence Force. This matter was being discussed all over. And I don't want to agree with a fact that says that because we have accountability. This information, there are a lot of articles that have been written about it, where it shows and it details that this seems to be saying, I'm getting rumors, I'm getting information from the soldiers themselves, and that this is what is happening. Hence, we are saying, if this matter carries on, Chairperson, I think we must close this matter. If this matter carries on, we will then need to get the honorable members to tell us exactly, this is what I have, so that together with this honor, we check and then we find out. I'm saying so because it is important. That's why the Deputy Minister is saying, can you give us? How else are we going to deal with this matter if this issue carries on? We are saying to the honorable members, we are ready. If there is anybody who says that, but here the soldiers, they say they're still complaining. We are ready to say, give us the people so that we can check. But I also need to say, we went to as far as opening the hotlines, and I don't want to go in as far as those details.
With your permission, Chair, may I request that the generals don't get into the politics of debating with the committee. Answer the questions. Then leave the other issues to the Deputy Minister. Just answer the questions. It's going to save us time because then we are going to have to get responses to the responses you have provided. Leave the politics. Just answer the questions. There are several questions that the honorable member asked. Stick to those questions. Leave the other issues to the Deputy Minister. He will deal with them when we provide him the opportunity. It will help our meeting to proceed smoothly and get to the conclusion. Thank you.
Chairperson, I take your point, and we are going to do that. But it's fine. We're going to run with that one. Let me come to the issue of the payments regarding the deployment. Was the deployment of the soldiers, and there's not money up front. There, Chairperson, let me put it this way. We have done so. We have deployed before. There was never a time when we were denied payments for any deployment, because we know there's never been that time. It happened that we deployed throughout an operation which was not funded. But this one that we had, the one that we're talking about, SAMI DRC, it took us that period of time. What was interesting, because we wouldn't have been able to, what was interesting is that the Minister of Finance has written a letter to the department. And we have used that letter as a ground to say, should anything happen, we say this is the letter from the Minister of Finance. And this letter should serve as a guarantee to us that money is going to come. And thereafter, that is what then happened. So this is why then you have, you do find, we deployed, there's never been a problem financially to fund us. One operation not funded completely. And then this one of SAMI DRC came, and then what we did was then to deploy in view of the fact that we had a letter from the Minister of Finance. And we said, if anybody questions, this will be the tool that we are going to use. I don't know if there's any other thing that I would have left out, Jonas Shongai.
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. I think it's important that the deployments that we embark upon, some of them they're not planned. They are deployed by the presidency 7 days. The president may deploy us and then go to parliament. And then there will be some kind of an administration and bureaucracy that must take place as we are deploying. So those things, they happen, is a norm in the SANDF, and that's how we operate. That but does not mean that we are deploying as not authorized. We use that as a letter of authority, although we do not have the resources on the ground. And also the decision that were made in that 30 days is a command decision, sometimes a commander on the ground, because an operation, honorable members, when it's an operation, the commander may take certain decisions because of the replenishment, because of certain things. Said, okay, this money that is there, we can use it for this for now, because we need to survive in our operations. So it is a command decision, it's an operational matter. And our members, we do reimburse them, as you have seen in terms of the patients, that the monies that we could not at the time on the ground, because there's a choice that they must make. So I'm trying to make this decision because just to ensure that the 813 million was used for the purpose was intended for. In actual fact, if I look at the books as I was doing it, during the last 7 days, we discovered that we even used more than that. More than 10 million and 1300 million that we have used, more than that money that was given by SAMI DRC to ensure our troops that they are living better. That's what I can also approve to you. That, yeah, that is what I can say. That, but this is a no. It's an operational matter, and I find it difficult to explain operational matters because the command must be made at the time, and the situational and it's time sensitive. Then that's what we do to protect our soldiers. I thank you.
Thank you, General. Let's go to the next question, Honorable Harding.
Thank you, Chair. I will not go into the allowance issue, but focus on Prosper. Chair, we've had the presentation, and perhaps I would like to emphasize the word as also contained in the presidential letter, and that is in cooperation with, while we get increasingly the words being used by many members, even in this presentation, versus in support of. The SANDF can work in cooperation with the SAPS and not in support of. That is a constitutional principle. It's in the white paper. It's in both defense reviews, and it's a very important difference. So then I get to the constitutional authority. I would like to know, to get assurance that the SANDF will be deployed in terms of Section 2012B of the Constitution, and not as put in slide 3 under Section 2012A. There's a vast difference between the two. My question is, why do you have the wrong clause of the Constitution here? What is the intention? It is clearly cannot be. So, and that 2012B actually governs the cooperation with the SAPS, and that is not in 2012A. Get an explanation for that. Then, Chair, we've heard about the presidential letter, and we've seen very disturbing video clips of SANDF members deployed in Gauteng doing house searches in the past week, far away from any illegal mining. I would like to get an explanation for that. Then, if we look at the presidential letter of deployment, and I would like to quote from it. I have employed 550 members of this SANDF to service in cooperation with the SAPS, 100% right, to prevent and combat crime and maintain preserve law and order within Gauteng province under Operation Prosper Illegal Mining. When we go to slide 4, the focus area for the deployment are the provinces of Gauteng, North West and Free State. I would like to know, where do you get the authority to do that and to present that to this committee? How do you explain that? Thirdly, Chair, I would like to know, and last week Friday, Chair, you will recall that the SANF came here empty-handed to present to us the preparedness of the SANF. They couldn't brief us on the preparedness of the SANF. They gave us a lot of constitutional background, but nothing on preparedness and training. You recall that? So I would like now to put the question directly. Is the SANDF ready for the deployment and Operation Prosper? And then, has operational readiness training happened between the SANDF and SAPS prior to the deployment? Where was it done? And when did it take place? My fourth question on this. Say again?
As you conclude, 1 minute more.
I will. I've not exceeded actually my time, but I'll conclude. Can the Minister, can the SANF confirms that the SANF will remain constitutionally distinct force operating in cooperation with the SAPS, and that the SAPS officers do not command authority over any SANDF members during this operation? And what measures have been put in place to enforce that? I have asked a question last week Friday on communication, which is also outstanding. I don't know whether there's now perhaps a response on communication between SANF and SAPS. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable. Minister, I think I'll just go directly to the General to answer the questions so that we can speed up. General, if you can answer those questions, and just be short in each question, straight to the point.
Chairperson, thank you very much. In terms of the incorporation with the SAPS, Honourable Member, that is what is standing in the Defence Act. You are very correct. And the word in support is frequently being utilized. We always speak about support of other government departments. But you are correct to say in the legislation, that is how it is written, that it says it's in cooperation with. And so there is, I think what you have said is correct. That's what I can say without me further elaborating. And to say that, and then in terms of in command, again, the Act is very clear. The SANDF and the SAPS, they work in cooperation. The SAPS, there is at all levels structures that are established to ensure liaison and cooperation, and in terms of the actions that has to be taken when we conduct these deployments. And therefore, then the SANDF is not under command. The issue of training, that we train with, when we conduct training, mission readiness training, that issue, Chairperson, it's, what can I call it? One would want to call it marrying up drills with the SAPS. And these are the drills that before we mobilize, we come together and make sure that we can clear certain actions. So in other words, both the commanders from the police and the SANDF, they will clear issues that needs to be done, issues that may not be done. and such issues would normally be documented. You are indicating, Honorable Member, that you haven't seen the plan that has been done with the SANDF in terms of the readiness of the Defence Force. Let me put it this way. I did indicate last week that, and I've said this thing, although I know that honorable members wouldn't like to hear this one. An operational plan, I said, is a classified document. And I'm saying it again, that an operational plan is a classified document. If you want, you want to say to us that when are we deploying, we did emphasize a certain point. And that point is the one that says that there's a stage one that cannot be overlooked. And we have tried to look at the timelines that were there, that the colleagues were planning on, and we have indicated the fact that there's a need for us to try and reduce those timelines, but without jeopardizing what is important and critical and very necessary for us. So let me put it this way to say that if you talk about the deployment of the SANDF, I am sure we are going to be deploying based on the feedback that will be coming on those who are busy with all these marrying up drills. If you like, you can call them training. I would say that we should be able to be on the ground by the next 2 weeks or so. That should happen. This is how we have looked at the matters. I am not sure, Chairperson, if there's any other point. Oh, there's a point about the section that we are using, the section that we are using. As you were saying, I was trying to write. I'm going to check now with the colleagues here that they must check on what you said would be the correct section and what we have indicated in the document. And so I will ask the general that he must check on that. Do you have an answer? No, let's just check, because as you were saying it, I was trying to write, and then I mean, so if we can be allowed, Chairperson, that we check these sections, the colleagues will check it.
Okay, great.
Chair, I didn't say a word about operational deployment. That comes from last week, and I agree. I haven't put a question, and that's deflecting my, actually, what the General should have responded to. I've asked about joint training. The other issue that the General did not respond to is where do they get the authority to deploy in Northwest and Free State, where the presidential letter is clear. It's Gauteng only. Why do we get this document where we have now 3 provinces? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. If you can just answer that, General, then we'll move to the next.
General Chonga, you want to cover this one? Please quickly.
I think we, honorable chairs and the members of the committee, maybe you might have been misunderstanding the president, what he said. But the problem that is we are dealing with here, SANDF has been here for some time. It has been having Operation Prosper in the country. We've been operating as an SANDF in collaboration with police and other state departments. So that is a standing arrangement that we get from government, that we will at any time, if there is a disaster happening in Cape Town Mountain, let's go the Table Mountain, you normally find us being called to go and deploy. So the issue that I'm trying to say that is that we are discussing the presidential, not that one that has been raised by honorable members. We are discussing here and also prepared for what is being raised, that we must come and account in terms of state of readiness of the Department of Defense and the SANDF. But this one, the question we did not. There are also other issues that have been raised by honorable members. For instance, the issue of, you also alluded to issues of the investigations and all of those things. But you did raise those issues as honorable members. But they were not the issues that we were asked to come and address. So that is the thing that I'm trying to say. So the presidential...
Point of clarity, please. Chair?
Chair, I've picked up from the beginning of this discussion. We are discussing 2 different things. and there's a lot of confusion. Operation Prosper have been happening for a very, very long time. And I think the committee, what they were asking and what they are still debating is last week's preparation. And now the presidential letter is talking about the old, what you are doing now. The presidential letter is actually dealing with the issue of Gauteng and the mining issue. We are on the SONA instruction, and the confusion is big, Chair, in this meeting. I myself, I'm starting to get confused.
Chair,
Thank you. Okay.
before we move on, can I please have a point of clarity so that it can all be addressed at the same time? General Ramatwana referred to training, and he said, if you like, you can call it training. Chair, I just want to be very sure, and also to what Honourable Plaiki has said. The big issue here is that last week in our meeting, there was no plan, there was no information regarding training. And if General Ramatwana is saying, if you like, you can call it training, we need to understand something very clear about these deployments. If the army is deployed to assist the police, they are trained in combat. They are not trained to assist with policing civilians. So when we raise as a committee the issue of training, it is an important one. And I would expect that to be answered in full detail and not by saying, if you like, you can call it training. We need to understand this.
Thank you, Honourable. Honourable members, let's give the department a time to deal with issues. And General, we are going to request that please note what the members are asking and deal with those. And be short on each and every point which has been raised here. Just wait. Okay. The Honourable Noor raised a hand, and I don't know whether he still want to speak here before I come to you, Honourable Khadik. Honourable Noor, do you still want to come?
You see, I was taught in different way. I raise my hand and I expect the chair to point me, but these other members, they raise hand and speak, and you allow them. That's why it took me so long to speak.
Let's deal with that.
Chair, this confusion that we are in now is because this document is not what we were expecting today, based on last week's meeting. Now, we allowed it to be discussed, and members also are falling into a trap. They are asking questions on document which we did not deal with last week's meeting. This document is not dealing with the letter that says the deployment from SONA is from March this year up to March next year. This is a totally new thing, but it deals with the budget that deals with that deployment. So we are totally mixing issues. That's why Honorable Hattem, because he came late, he is asking about the inclusion of Free State in Gauteng. I was surprised also to look at this document. It's talking about deployment, which we did not discuss last week. So this document must be withdrawn, because what we said last week is that the deployment emanating from SONA, we said we want a presentation to this committee, a joint presentation by SANDF and SAPS. Now we are again getting a presentation which is independent by defense, if you check the correspondence. So this document is it's not supposed to be serving now.
Okay, Honourable Khadik.
A point of order. Chair, a point of order. We are, at your request, dealing with point 7 of the agenda, and I read point 7, consideration of the letter of deployment of the SANDF in support of the SAPS. I've quoted from that letter, it's it's got its boundaries, and the boundaries are Gauteng, and there's an amount of 80 million in it. That is on the agenda, not the sonar deployment.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Gerrie.
Yeah, Chairperson, my order point is the following, and I don't want to labour. I want to propose that you call order and so that we can move on. The reason being that we are conflating some issues here. Last week, the South African National Defence Force has distinctly in their presentation explained to us, when soldiers come from combat, they get orientated to blend into the operation. This was explained to us last week. Let us not go back and mix things and repeat things, because we had an explanation last week as to what will happen to soldiers that come from combat, how they will be orientated, and how they will be blended into the force together with the police. So therefore, we're wasting time on these issues. On the other issues, I have no opinion now, and I'm not going to interfere in that. But let us move forward so that we can, there's other, more, very much important business that we need to deal with. Thank you.
Let's move forward, Honourable Members. Honourable Nihas.
Chair, I presume this is now my time, because on the list, or is there someone else before me?
It's your time, and it's 5 minutes, Honourable, please.
Yes. Sorry, just before Honourable Niels, let me finish my questions first, because I was clearing this confusion that Honourable Gerrie has just supported now. My only question on the issue of the, what do you call this, the money issue. On slide 4, the funding allocation amount for the deployment was only received 10 months after the deployment. Now, what I wanted to establish, Chair, is whether were the period that elapsed also paid. In other words, the back pay, if you like. Was it included? When the money arrived, did it start?
Honourable Member, I think you're going to get your chance to ask those questions. Can you? Yeah, let's keep Honourable Nihas. Then you'll follow. Honourable Nihas. Please, Honourable Members, 5 minutes.
Yeah, Chair, for starters, let me appeal to you that we must be disciplined, because I'm beginning to get a free-for-all. We were supposed to ask our questions in the 5 minutes, then there's answers, then we respond in 2 minutes. Now, there are many other members who feel it necessary to comment or want to raise points of order on the answers that the SANDF provides on the spot. And if we're going to continue like this, it will be chaos. Chair, here is my concern about the deployment letter that we have received. That letter deals specifically with Operation Prosper, nothing else. And it is an ongoing operation that has existed for some time. So even the SANDF is confusing us by talking about other areas of operation which are covered in what the President announced in the SONA. We must deal with this letter full stop. And if we don't do that, we are not behaving procedurally and we're not following the provisions of the law. So the two things must be separated, and we must deal here simply with Operation Prosper. We have in our information pack a response from this committee that is going to go to the Speaker where we respond to Operation Prosper. So can we stick to that, Chair, because we are confusing ourselves. Yeah, but we haven't, Chair. Now let me go, and I'm not going to say anything more about Operation Prosper. Let me go to the presentation that we have received on the various allowances that SANDF members that have been deployed have been paid. Well, generals, it wasn't so difficult, to give us the detailed response. It took you a long time to get there. And thanks for finally having done so. But the explicit statement that you make that every deployed member received the full entitlement amount after mission readiness training had been done. There's no acknowledgement in that statement whatsoever of the soldier media outcry that members felt, and I underline the issue felt, shortchanged by hundreds of thousands of rands. You do not properly address the issue on the SADC country reimbursement rate versus individual RSA allowances. And this is the single biggest problem of the anger that the members are feeling and the confusion that has been reported in the media. Now, Chair, let me quickly go to my questions. And I've got a number of them, but I'll try to rattle them off so that I can stay within the 5 minutes. All deployed members were paid the full amount due to them, you say. And it shows only 35,953 in the monthly RSA allowances. But why does your presentation never mention the much higher SADC country level reimbursement of 108,000? And this is exactly what the soldiers and the media repeatedly refer to. Do you deliberately omit this to avoid explaining this expectation gap? Members were briefed and informed, you said, about the applicable allowances during the mission readiness training. But, generals, if that briefing was adequate, why did thousands of returning soldiers object and insist that they had been promised far more and felt shortchanged? The funding arrived only in October 2024. How many members received delayed back payments? What interest or ex gratia compensation was paid for the delay? And why is this also not disclosed in the briefing? Can you please reconcile the exact 813 million allocation against actual man-months deployment, using the fluctuating strengths shown on your own slide 5? And Chair, I'm concluding with my last question. The 813 million covers only domestic RSA allowances. Please explain to us what happened to the balance of the SADC reimbursement that South Africa received as the contributing nation. Has any portion been retained centrally, redirected, or not disbursed to members at all?
Thank you, Honourable.
Yes, Chair, but I don't want this manner in which we are doing things now with the 5 minutes to be used as a manner of muzzling members from being able to ask the question.
We are not muzzling anybody. We just want to manage time.
Chair, but you're not chairing this meeting properly. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. General, can you just answer those questions short in each question, General?
Thank you very much. What I have understood, what Honorable Nihaus is saying is the biggest concern is on SADC allowances, as opposed to the 813 million, which we have. What we have, it's true that there were SADC allowances that have been paid. And I also consulted here with General Chongai that the SADC allowances have been fully paid. We prepared the presentation in this manner, Chair, because this was the issue that has been all over and has been a burning issue, which members of the committee wanted responses on. But the issue of the SADC allowances, yes, you're correct. And I can mention it's incidental allowances which they get. It's recreational allowances, which they are paid, and all of these monies the soldiers have been paid. General Chongai is managing this, Chair, hence I have to refer to him. But if I can just allow him, just quickly.
Okay, no, I thank you very much. I just want to go through that so I can understand that there are different groups of the allowances that we are paying for people deployed. There are allowances of the DOD in terms of the police of the DOD 67, 60, and 67 and 66. And also that is a danger allowance. I'm talking about special danger allowance, deprivation, category A, C, and D. and also what we use the method of budgeting. It's called the cost of employee. That is an item 10, which we need to pay the salaries and all of those bills, including our reserves. And then also it's captured on our system. That's why we feel comfortable to say all the members deployed in terms of the part to order, they are being paid. We know them by first number. That's why we have also spoken, even their unions, they know that. But we are telling you that we have paid them. It can be punched with the first number, and we'll see and then tell you that the members have received that. You can give one person's name, and that will punch it, and they'll see that the people have paid that we are allowed. The standby allowances also has been paid. Then the category 2, the group 2, that is called RSDS, or special allowance for during the operation employment in the MOU. We also do that. And that is also captured on our system because it's a first number related. And then when we pay, it's paid through the payroll. So that is also doing item 15 of on our items of our budget. Then we pay that. You can see individual cash that is being paid to the members. Although some members, they'll request in terms of that international obligation allowance, they will request that I want it now, I don't want it, my must be paying my allowance. But we do the reconciliation. That's why the pay sheet which we've seen there, it shows that this one they received on the mentioned area, or this one decided not to. I wanted to give it to my parents and my children so they can cash it in my payroll. So that we do. And we cannot do that because I am a soldier. I cannot pickpocket our soldiers and take their money that is due to them. That is one we always fight for soldiers to get more. As SANDF, we have done it. That's why you see the differences of salaries. Then there's also the group 3. The group 3 is incidental, as was mentioned. So I see all of these categories we have paid it. Maybe the issue is it sufficient or not, the allowances? But we've even paid more than what was given to us, the 813. The SANDF paid more than that 813 to our soldiers due to this operation, due to the decision that we have made, because this was an operation, was combat. I think we got a surplus of, an overspending of 10 million plus that we have done on this operation during that period that we are under review. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General. You want to make a follow-up?
Yes, thanks. 2 comments, I'll be quick. The one is the presentation that we received about Operation Prosper. I would have expected from the SANDF on an operation that is already in flow that we wouldn't have just received the factual situation of now, but also an assessment of the success of the operation as it has gone on. That would have been very helpful. But here are my questions on the issue of the allowances. If this is the case, as it has been explained by the General, will the SANDF commit to issuing every deployed member with a personalized reconciliation certificate showing the total allowances paid, the exact days deployed, the SADC versus RSA distinction, because that's where the rub of the matter is, and any deductions, and make it public so that families can verify it. And lastly, Generals, if communication during pre-deployment training was truly sufficient, explaining to the members who were being deployed what they were actually going to receive, that they were going to receive the RSA payment, not the SADC installment. If communication during pre-deployment training was truly sufficient, why has the SANDF not yet produced to us and to the public and to the media that have written so many bad stories about you the actual briefing slides or minutes from the mission readiness training that the soldiers, I believe, signed off on?
Thank you.
Please, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable. I think, General, the one of the certificate, please, can you deal with, can you do it in writing? The other one, I don't know whether you want to answer it now, but please, can you deal with the one of the certificate? Can you do it in writing to the committee? The last one.
I think it's a simple answer.
Do you want to?
It's a simple answer.
No. It's a policy matter. We're dealing with a policy matter here. Can you deal with the last one? Then the other one, please do it in writing.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I take into consideration that we are dealing with the individuals. They've got contract. Our relationship with our members are regulated in terms of how do we relate to them in terms of their salaries and their personal information and everything. That's why the hotline was open and is still open for members if they so wish to query whether they are remunerated correctly or not, and those members must be able to raise their hands and come and inquire. Because we do not want to manage this thing in a public platform. The members are members, is regulated our relation with them. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, just one question and then an observation. The question is, last week we had under discussion, or it was reported to the committee, that there were 3 other families that could not be located or that were not available. 3 of the members that you could not locate the families. How far are you with that? Did you trace the families? And in this 813 million, does it include those 3 members and their payouts? Because you have reported last week that the 3 members, you are still struggling to get hold of their families. It's not reported here today, but the total gets to the 813 million rand. So I shall take it then, since the 830 million rand is in full total, I shall take it that you have located the families and that the payouts have been affected. Chairperson, then on a different note, same issue, allow me to quote section 92 of the Constitution, where the Constitution compels cabinet ministers to report to Parliament. You can make a note of section 92. Section 92, subsection 2 says cabinet members are accountable collectively and individually to Parliament for the exercise of their powers and their performance of their functions. Section 92(3) says the following. It says cabinet members must provide Parliament with full and regular reports concerning their portfolios. Now, I want to raise this issue in the background of the absence of the minister repeatedly to this committee. Remember that we have last week taken a resolution that the minister must be present physically to come and account to this committee. The minister, again, is absent today. Now, we don't have an understanding as to why the minister is absent. It was just said there's an apology, said there's an apology for the minister. It is a major point of concern when an executive member is running away to account to the relevant committee that that member is responsible for. Okay. Hold a minute, Chair. I have 5 minutes. I have 5 minutes. It is a major point of concern that the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans is not accounting to this committee. It's not the first time, it's not the second time, and it's not the third time. And it cannot go on like this, open-endedly. This committee must arrive at a point where we express our opinion, where we say we either write to the Speaker of the National Assembly or we approach the Office of the President directly to complain about the continuous absence of the minister. This is disconcerting. It cannot be accepted. The EFF rejects it in entirety, and the minister, the impression is, the perception is, that the minister is very scared of this committee, therefore she's running away to account in terms of what is happening in her department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Okay, let's deal with that one of the minister. We received a message that today that, yesterday, today that the minister is on transit. Therefore, her absence today is, the apologies is accepted. Thank you very much. General, can you deal with the issue of the
Chair, on a point of order, please. We cannot, it hasn't been said to us in the beginning of the meeting that the minister is in transit. It was just said there's an apology for the minister.
It was an omission, I think, from...
No, but I mean, we cannot just accept that. We cannot just accept all the time. Hold on, sir, hold. You must give me an opportunity. We cannot just accept all the time that the minister is absent, that she's in transit. Who regulates a diary? Who tells her what must happen next? I mean, things are not just happening. She must come to this committee to account, and therefore the call of the EFF is that we take a resolution today so that we compel the minister to come to this committee, or either we write to the Speaker of the National Assembly or we approach the Office of the President so that we compel this minister to account to this committee.
Thank you, Honourable.
Chair, on a point of order.
Members, can we please...
Chair, I'm raising a point of order.
No.
I've got the right to raise a point of order.
Wait, Honourable. I'm not going to give you... Honourable Allah, do you want to say something about
Are
this?
you not giving me the right to raise a point of order? I raise a point of order.
There was a hand before you were there, and I didn't want... There was a hand before you were there. Honourable Hala?
No, Chair, I was going to suggest that let us not discuss the absence of the ministers in this meeting. We are delaying this meeting. Let's find our own time to discuss all these challenges we have about ministers.
Last week also.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I now raise my point of order, Chair?
Honourable Lenhas, I've ruled on the issue of the minister, and I said here there was an omission in the morning. We received a message. We got a message that the minister is on transit. She'll be arriving today. She's not here because of she's on transit. So that message reached the committee. Unfortunately, we did not.
Chair, I raised the issue when I proposed that the agenda must be adopted. You had ample time to come up with whatever excuse you wanted to present. The problem that we have here, and it is what Honourable Hala is doing and what you are doing now, every time we raise serious concerns about the absence of the minister, you jump into defence mode and you try to protect the minister, you as an ANC member towards her as an ANC member.
We are not do what they want in this committee.
We are not defending anybody here. We are just
absolutely doing so, Chair.
Honourable members, can we proceed with our meeting, please? General, can you answer the issue of the three families?
No, thank you very much, Chair, and honourable members of the committee. I think that is very short, this one. I just want to say that the issue at hand with the three members we were referring to, it was those people who were supposed to get compensation as a result of...
Honourable members, can you be orderly, please? Honourable Kherik? Please. No. Can you be orderly, Honourable? Please.
Can you call Honourable Plachis to order? He's pointing at me, telling me what to do in the committee and trying to
please, can you be orderly?
He's trying to intimidate and victimize me in this committee.
Thank you very much. Can you members be orderly?
I'm asking you to call Honourable Plachis to order.
Honourable, okay, General, can you continue, please?
Thank you very much, Chair, and the members, honourable members of the committee. I was just going to refer to maybe to try to remind the committee that the three members raised that we could not be paid. It was only on the basis of those who perished in operation, which was the money supposed to be paid. That money is budgeted, they are entitled to, but we want it to be paid to the rightful owners, the beneficiaries, because that cannot just be paid. But does not mean that the members did not receive their own allowances for deployment, but that is true to that. And I also highlighted to the members that the members who are not paid also through SADC, those people who have been injured and also contracted disease in operations as a result of Summit DRC, that has not yet been concluded. That is just only the compensation. Talking about the death and the compensation for as a result of injuries and death. So that's what we're talking about. We can't pay if we don't know the beneficiaries of members. It's difficult because a person has perished. To determine the beneficiary, then there's a process that we must undertake in order for us to solve the family disputes and all of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General. Members, I think we almost the questions which were presented here to the generals have been answered, and those which are not answered, members, just know them so that we can forward them to the department. I'm going to hand over to the co-chairperson to wrap up and hand over to the minister so that you can excuse members of defense. Honorable Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members. The issue that was before us are two issues. One is the employment letter for the 30th January, which was before SONA, until 30 April. I think we will have to get the committee to move for that letter to be noted. The employment arising out of SONA is still going to serve before the committee, and we will entertain it at that time and receive briefing pertaining to it at that time. So this one has been discussed, questions asked, answers provided, including the issue of the allowances paid to members. I think what is quite clear, and all the members were raising, is that when questions are asked and there are answers, but it takes long for the answers to be provided, you are within your right to say to us, honorable members, we note the questions you have asked, we are compiling the report, please give us time. Now, if you don't say that, you then create all sorts of suspicions about why the answers are not being provided and why you are not forthcoming with answers which you have and can provide in detail, as you have done today. And I think the issue we are raising with you is that be forthcoming. And when you are not yet ready, please communicate with us on time so that we don't convene a meeting to discuss an item for which you have no response yet, but you don't say to us that, please, we're compiling the report, and if there are any other issues that members you are concerned with, because when we raise issues and say to you that there are members complaining about this, don't ask us where we got that information from. We are public representatives. In as much as members of the SANDF are employed and contracted with the SANDF according to your regulations, to the extent that those issues have now been brought to us in whatever way, I think it behoves members to raise those issues in a meeting, as we have done. And I think you need to, in a courteous manner, say to us, please provide us that information so that we are able to respond to it. In that way, you make the relationship with the committee to be constructive. And we are then able to move forward with the issues which you have raised with us. But we want to thank you for the report that you have presented. I think, members, we will need you formally to move for this report to be, the letter. Yeah?
Chair. We will consider the official report after the presentations.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Chair, I'm sorry, but before we do that, my question about the dates and my initial question about the dates has still not been answered.
Which date, sorry, as a reminder?
So the letter that we are considering today,
yes,
was dated 5 March and tabled on the 9th. So the deployment that's mentioned in that letter is Operation Prosper and is backdated to 30 January. Then, on Wednesday, we saw a deployment in gang-ridden El Dorado Park. So, presumably, that letter deployed soldiers to El Dorado Park. So I think that's where the confusion came in earlier, but specifically because the minister in the presidency is here today, she could perhaps advise about the dates, and again, how they arrived at 80 million rand being the proposed amount necessary for this deployment. Also, what I asked was, the deployment period is only for 3 months. So is this an extension of what was meant to be Operation Prosper to combat illegal mining? Why did they only deploy in El Dorado Park for 1 day to fight gang activity? So very unclear. So I'm not sure, we need that clarity before we can approve these letters. Sorry, and also General Ramatswana referred to deploying in 2 weeks' time. That was in response to my question. What was he talking about? What deployment is that?
Thank you, Honorable Gotza. Minister, would you have an answer to this, the letter from the President?
Honorable Chairperson, with all due respect, I'm here as the Chairperson of the NCACC. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. General Manzar, do you want to answer the last question which Honorable answered? Not the letter. We'll deal with the letter later.
Okay. Now, with regards to the rollout of the forces in 2 weeks' time, I indicated the fact that from where we sit and looking at the timelines, it is therefore then we took a decision that says that this should not exceed the next 2 weeks before we can roll out the forces, regardless of all the issues that we will be doing, and that some of the activities that we have to do, we will have to combine them without compromising anything that has got to do with the operation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Honorable Member.
Chair, I'm sorry, that answer is not clear. What are we talking about?
I thought you even referred to the deployment that I said within 2 weeks.
Yes.
Am I right?
So what is happening in 2 weeks' time?
I was talking about the deployment, the rollout.
Of the SONA promises?
Yes, of the SONA promises.
So in other words, in Gauteng, Eastern Cape and Gauteng, in 2 weeks' time.
Point of order. I'm sorry, Chair. Point of order. You are the Chair. We cannot have a conversation between the member and the general, excluding you not allowing the member or the general to respond. If we continue like this, it's utter chaos. And the original proposal that Mr. Hutton made for the 5 minutes and therefore afterwards a response is becoming a total aberration. We're evidently not able to implement that process. All that has happened is there's now a conversation back and forth, excluding you trying to come in. It is a scrum for all. It must end. And Chair, I suggest that in the next, I must make this point. I suggest that for the next presentation that we receive, we do not go back to this 5-minute question, then answers, then the next, because it is not working, either because we as a committee is not able to stick by the discipline of it, and either also because you as a chair is not able to control the situation. But this meeting is an utter chaos. I find it unacceptable to be part of a meeting which is in this chaotic situation that we sit at the moment, Chair. It is not acceptable.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable members, let's proceed. Let's proceed. We have come to the end of our engagement with the Department of Defense. We are going to hand over to the Minister, for short remarks. on what
Order, Chair.
the department has presented.
Chair, order.
Honorable Hala.
The honorable co-chair was still on the floor and he was interrupted by honorable member. I don't know whether he has finished what he wanted to say. Thank you. The co-chair.
Honorable members, I think what we are doing, we were wrapping up the previous discussion. We are moving on now to the presentation by the, we will excuse the generals. We will take the presentation by the Minister of, in the presidency, the chair of the NCACC. We will then come back in committee to then deal with the adoption and discussion of the report. Thank you.
The chair of the, wait a minute before you leave. Chair of the Portfolio Committee on Defense.
Thank you very much. With due respect to the presidium, I think it's going to be very much important that when we deal with outstanding items, that we are consistent with the practice, because I saw in the last item we dealt more with our questions like cross-examination, wherein there's a question, then there's supposed to be an answer, there's a question, then there's supposed to be an answer. It's going to take us the whole day. I'm going to request that we stick to the normal processes that we apply, that we allow questions of all members and thereafter allow answers, because it reduces the process of us into a cross-examination. And in terms of the arms of state, we are not that arm that can cross-examine or that has judicial power. So I would humbly request, for the benefit of time, that we stick to our normal process.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Let's allow.
Chair, there's a proposal. I would like to second that, and I would also like to add that it is an unacceptable situation for us to have cross-examination in these meetings. It is not the procedural way of dealing with things as a committee. It's outside the rules, as my colleague says here behind me. I understand why it was proposed by the Honorable Hutton, because it was proposed out of the basis of frustration, because we don't get responses to the questions that we ask. Rather than dealing with this in this cross-examination fashion, let us rather insist that you as the committee insist that the questions that are raised are answered and within the provided time frame of 7 days, and we return to the usual procedure as proposed by the chair of the Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans. It was a very progressive proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you proceed, members? Minister, Deputy Minister, we're going to allow you just for 2 minutes. To wrap up, and so you can release the department. Just for a minute, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. We hope that we were able to answer all questions, but some were incomplete. We noted that. But I also want to say that, Chairperson, we have noted that the issue of Minister's apology, from time to time it is raised, there's a concern, and I want to undertake that at the level of executive, we will discuss that and accordingly respond to this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Department, you are released. You are released. You can excuse that. What's what we deal with the next item. The next item, honourable members, will be the presentation
we all released
on the National Convention Arms Control.
Because you are part of this. DM, you are part of it. They're not stopping.
We organize Kangananyana.
No, you're supposed to sit in. You're supposed to sit in. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, honourable members, let's proceed. Let's proceed, honourable members. Okay, can we sit down? Can we sit down, honourable members? Let's proceed. I see a hand from Honourable Noah. No, Honourable Noah, do you want to say something before we give a minister? Honourable Noah.
Chairperson, I want to humbly, very humbly and respectfully, on behalf of this committee, to request that this is a meeting that is inclusive of all of us as members of the committee. It does not belong to the domination of some members, that they speak when they want to speak, even if you have not given them a chance to speak, and they speak what they like, and they want us to follow what they think is correct when they so feel. And that's what actually takes this meeting out of control. So I want to plead with Honourable Niehaus that he must please think that what he thinks, it does not represent everyone of us before we discuss it. So what he doesn't like does not represent us, and he must respect us. We are also in here to participate and put our opinions, but it is continuing in the manner in which he is continuing. It definitely really undermines other members of the committee. So I want to plead, Chair, just at the beginning of the meeting.
Chair, can I respond?
Chair. Chair.
Can I
Order.
respond, Chair?
No, I'm not opening for.
No, just on a point of order, please.
Members, we've got the minister here.
Yes.
We have been requested that a complaint that the minister is not central. She's here now. She's going to present, the report as we requested. I'm not allowing members, to deal with other issues.
Chairperson,
except,
I respect the presence of the minister.
No.
I'm not going to labor that point. I want to make a proposal. I don't want to labor that point.
I'm not giving.
But you are destroying the meeting. You're derailing the meeting by not giving us chances, sir.
I'm ruling on this matter. I'm saying we are going to give the minister a space to deal with the issues as requested. We have been complaining, saying the minister is not is absent. The minister is here today, and she has been very much patient. We requested here that we deal with the transport, because we thought we were able to deal within an hour with the transport, but because of the questions which are coming in and out. So can we give a minister an opportunity to present on the report which we requested? Minister.
Chair, don't allow members to attack other members, and then you don't allow members to respond to such attacks. Thank you.
Chair, may I ask that we take this into committee afterwards and allow the NCCA, the Minister, to proceed, please?
Yes, this is what I wanted to do, Honourable Member. Thank you very much. Minister, thank you very much for being here, and thank you for your patience. We requested that we start with the Department of Defense. We thought, Minister, this will take us a short time, but unfortunately, we're not able to manage that. The platform is yours, Minister, and we really once again appreciate your presence. The platform is yours, Minister, and you can proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself as the Presidium, with the co-chairperson, to the honorable members. The lesson learned is that next time we'll request to stick to the agenda and not change it. Thank you. And we in terms of my own observations, the committee that deals with matters of defense is a very important committee in this parliament and for this country, and we expect that the conduct will also be concomitant to the responsibilities assigned to this committee. In terms of our own purpose, I like us to reframe the work and go back to the history of how the NCACC found itself in the current formation. Before 1994, the arms control function was with AMSCO in terms of the AMSCO Act, if we have to recall. In 1995, the Cameron Commission, as it was appointed by the president then, recommended that the function be transferred from AMSCO to government. And government, it was transferred then to the Department of Defense. And in terms of the Section 12 of the Act, the Minister of Defense is responsible for the functioning of the committee, including the committee's secretariat, which is the Directorate of the Conventional Arms Control. And I gave this context because the questions we are bombarded with or what we are required to clarify is not in line with what the Act provides. And I need to also put it on record for the committee that as a matter of principle, the committee has never received any correspondence from the AMD. And if we had received the correspondence directly, we would have advised them on the appropriate forums to go and raise their concerns with. We are informed that the AMD appeared before the Joint Standing Committee on Defense, and we're informed because we don't follow the Joint Standing Committee on Defense. We, as members of the committees, we have our own other committees as ministers and deputy ministers that we respond to. And that the AMD made a presentation that covered the following broad areas: the status of the South African regulatory framework on conventional arms transfers, the state of the administrative structure, which is the DCACC, established to support the NCACC, and the working of the NCAC. And let's deal with the legislation issue. As I've already indicated, by law and from the Commission recommendation, the NCACC, the conventional arms control function was transferred from AMSCO to the Department of Defense. And therefore, the legislation and all the administrative functions that of the DACC are in the Department of Defense. The committee were appointed as individual members. Maybe let me go, I'll explain further. In terms of the current law, it was amended only the last time it was amended, it was in 2008. And that amendment is from the international governance arrangements that had evolved, and also the defense supply chain. And you will understand the triggers of that amendment, the international defense supply chain. The committee members will not be aware what's happening there. It's again the Department of Defense as the responsible department that will understand what are the evolving supply chain trends and what are the adjustments we need to make, and they'll have to make the same. And on our part, we are just members appointed to consider the applications, and that the system that gets us to consider the applications work. As I've indicated, the Department of Defense is therefore the custodian of the legislation and is fully responsible for all the administrative matters of the NCACC, of the DCAC. In terms of Section 27, subsection 1 of the Act, the Minister of Defense may make regulations in case you need to adjust certain things with the concurrence of the committee. But for members of parliament who are members of this committee, we'll need to remember regulations are derived from the primary act. If the primary act does not provide for such coverage, then there will not be a regulation. What is required is to make then the relevant amendment. And we are saying that amendment of the legislation is not on our mandate. And I've written in my letter, I hope members of the committee were preferred with my letter, that indicate the 6 mandates that we are supposed to do in terms of that law. And then the next issue that was raised is about the permitting system that failed in the period. The permitting system that failed is because you are transitioning from the old to the new system. When we came in as the committee in 2024, we then were made aware that there were system upgrades that had to be done to comply on three things. One, the requirements of the international conventions and the treaties requirements, and also on our part, we needed a system to comply to the nature how the reports were presented to us to make sure that we've got the full compliance, and also to make sure that we can track the implementation. The new system has been deployed, and as we all know, the transitioning from the old to the new system creates challenges, and that were the challenges that were done. In our meeting in February, because that was the final phase of the transition, we were informed that the system has now stabilized. We have moved to the full system, to the new system, as we decommission the old system. And we continuously get reports on the functioning of the system, because our issue was it has taken this long to implement a new system. Why? And it was again because the necessary funding and support derives from the Department of Defense. We have no say over it. And I think it's important that we clarify that part. I've already emphasized this point, that the functionality and the financial support of the DACC comes from the Department of Defense. On our part, their duty is to support us in terms of what we, when we want to process applications, are they in the right format? Are the necessary supporting documents presented for us to consider the applications? And that's what we do. And now the system, is it up to date? Can applicants file the applications through the system and so forth? And that's what we then check on to say what makes the committee function or to take its decision. Is that in place? In terms of the NCACC, as I've indicated, it's a committee of its own kind. It's not a committee that is chaired by a minister with a legislative mandate. And I want to give an example. There are other interministerial committees. At the interministerial committees, the lead minister is the minister who will then have the levers to change if there's the legislation that needs to be done, policy. Those are the ministers that will be responsible for. But here you are appointed by the president and say you are serving there. That's why there's no DM, there's no minister in this committee. There are members of the committee. And the members of the committee were equal. There's a chair and the deputy chairperson. So the deputy chairperson or any other member who comes here, they are not here because they're a deputy minister. We are fully delegated, and the Act assigns us equal responsibility. So no other one person has the other more responsibility. As I've indicated, even myself as a chairperson, I cannot act outside of what the committee provides for. And the other issue that was raised is around the frequency of the meetings. The Act does not prescribe how many times does the committee meet. The Act says the committee must be functional. It is for that reason, for members who were in the 6th Parliament will be aware that there was a committee at some point, the committee that preceded us, that did not meet for the entirety of a year, if you'll recall. So on our part, when we came into the committee, we realized that if we schedule dates outside of the of a date that is possible that all ministers and members of the National Executive are at one point, we may not be able to meet a quorum because there's a quorum requirement. And I'll give you the reasons why. One of the members is the Minister of International Relations. He's often out of the country. Two, another member is the Minister of Trade and Competition. He's also, because of the nature of their job, they are forever out of the country. The third one is the Minister of Defense, who always travels with the presidents on state visits. Like, you know, in my language they say, and the words in a chikrumero. It's a word in a squall. You would understand, Che, and Coach, you would understand. And a translation is that you cannot stop your ears from hearing what's happening. The Minister of Defense traveled to Brazil to accompany the president on the state visit. Given the international situation that's happening with flights, because they're traveling commercially, then she could not be able to find space in the returning flights because the flights had to be changed. So that's why she's only in transit and arriving today. So, and you get those circumstances in many times. So we decided as a committee that we're going to then meet on the days that cabinet sits, not even cabinet committees, but on the days that cabinet sits, so that we can then have the necessary quorum in of the committee. And that's how we then scheduled ourselves to meet in terms of the cabinet scheduling. And for 2025, if you'll recall, the country was hosting the G20. The cabinet closed in October 2025. In fact, the second week of October, that was the last meeting of cabinet, so that we can all focus on the hosting of the G20, which took place in November. And as a result, the committee could not then meet for October and November. Cabinet closed. When cabinet is closed, for us, our meeting is clear. We meet on the days of cabinet. And cabinet does not meet in January, because January is the cabinet Lekgotla preparation period as we prepare for the SONA and the budget accordingly. And we host then the cabinet Lekgotla on the last days of January. And we do that, and we do them on 2 days. So therefore, you cannot meet on the sidelines of the Lekgotla, because the Lekgotla program on its own is very intense. So in a normal year, the cabinet will conclude its meetings in November, and therefore there's no meeting in December and January. This year, in the previous year, 2025, the difference is that we closed in October. So there were no meetings in November, and that's the only month in terms of the cabinet scheduling that we missed. And just to indicate so that there could not be people then who come and complain that we're not meeting, cabinet now this year is going to be meeting once a month, not twice a month, to allow ministers to work, because we did an assessment to allow the necessary committees to process their work. So we're going to, ourselves, we're also designed to meet in that period. And we have met in February to then process the applications that were due in November. Because when we last met in October, there were no applications that were sufficient for us to consider for the last week of October. We asked if that, and therefore the applications came in November. So because there were insinuations that we misled the committee that said we were up to date. We were up to date to the period that we considered the matters at that period and the close of the committee meeting. For us, it's very important that we get that same alignment. And co-chairpersons, in terms of the law, we are obligated in terms of Section 23 of the law to report the functioning of the committee to cabinet and to Parliament, and which is both the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, both on a quarterly basis and on an annual basis. We have come before here and we have tabled the report. I'll invite, through your permissions, Chair, Mr. Mashaba, who's the acting secretary for the committee, to present the quarter reports and the annual report. Our annual report follows a calendar year, not a financial year, as prescribed in the PFMA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairperson.
Honourable members, can we just wait? Can you wait?
Can I just ask a question for
No.
Have we dealt with point 5 on the agenda now, or are we with 4, or are both being handled concurrently?
I think, honourable member, the minister was just introducing the subject.
Okay, so we'll come to point 5 later.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you proceed, Mr. Mashaba?
Chair, members of the committee, Minister, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Sipho Peter Mashaba, currently the Acting Director, Conventional Arms Control. Chair, if you allow me, given that the chair of the committee, I mean in the NCACC, has already captured some of the slides, if I zoom straight into the report, the summarized version that is applicable to this committee, that is on page 5 of my slide. Okay, Chair, I have included this slide to also clarify some of the questions that came out from the AMD questions. This is a brief slide just to indicate the types of permits that we deal with and the timelines that are involved when dealing with these permits, Chair. As you can see from the top of the list, the first application there is when we register these entities that produce and trade with conventional arms. That will take up to 8 weeks in processing. It doesn't go to the Committee of Ministers. We have got the delegation as delegated by the committee to deal with this one. We issue this permit ourselves. And we've got a marketing, I think it was one of the issues also that came from that meeting. A marketing permit is only issued in 16 days, Chair. We also have got the delegation to issue this one. And we've got a contracting permit. A contracting permit is not a contract. Government does not issue a contract. It's more of a process to nod or to give approval to a commercial contract that is taking place between the buyer and the seller. And this is where we make it an agenda item for the Committee of Ministers to consider, given that there are political issues of concern that the ministers need to take note of and guide us accordingly. So this one, depending on the situation, it might take up to 30 days, which will allow in between the subcommittee where DGs of departments that are represented at the subcommittee level will sit and consider and make a recommendation to the Ministers' Committee, which is the NCACC. Hence, we are saying 30 plus. But the plus could also mean that there could be cases where the NCACC could not make decisions given the political situation in the environment or end user country, and hence the plus. And that will mean this item will remain in the agenda for the forthcoming meetings, hence the 30 plus. This one we will only issue once the committee has made a decision. And subsequent to that, your normal import and export, these are our delegation. We issue these permits in 16 days. The import, in fact, should be 5 working days. We issue this permit once there is a contract, if these permits are linked to a contract. That for your normal import, where they buy spares and support equipment, it will take 5 working days, Chair. And we've got conveyance. Normally, you will find our neighboring countries with landlocked countries where they will be conveying their equipment through our space. That permit will also take up to 16 days. So is the position in other permits. And there is also what we call the domestic transfer, where equipment is moving domestically from company A to company B, where they integrate into a fuller system. And there is also the destruction, where some of the equipment that is being decommissioned either by our own armed forces or even the industry themselves. They will also have to come for a permit in order for them to conduct that particular activity, Chair. My next slide, Chair. Chair, my briefing will include quarter 3, quarter 4, including the annual report for calendar 2025. This part, Chair, is for the 3rd quarter of 2025, which is period 1 July to 30th of September 2025. As you can see on top of the list there is the number of certificates that were issued to register these entities. We had about 51. And the marketing, we've got 11 there. And contracting permits, we've got 45. The value, as you can see, 5.3 billion. And we've got exports about munitions, meaning these are military weapons. We've got 144 for 2.8 billion. And import, we've got 90 for 97 million. And export for dual-use goods, we've got 13 for 70 million. That is the 3rd quarter, Chair. We'll move to the 4th quarter. The 4th quarter, period 1 October to 31st of December, From on top of the list, we have got companies registered, 56. Marketing, we did not issue any marketing during that period. And contracting, we've got 53 as indicated, and the value is 19.4 billion. And export munitions, 155, and the value 1.8 billion. Chair, if I may also emphasize and indicate that the difference between a contract and export on a contracting level is more a commitment. It's not an actual, it's an authorization for entities to continue to do business, but it's not the actual. Under export, these are actuals when goods have moved and monies have been paid. And we've got import, these are actuals as well. And the dual-use goods, these are also actuals. As you can see, the value on the dual-use goods, we've got 242 million, Chair. Then we move to the next slide. This is our annual, Chair, period January to December. As you can see, the total for calendar 2025, we've got 197 companies that were registered, and a total of 23 marketing permits, and 183 contracting permits issued to the value of 41 billion. And we've got export actuals, 582. The value there was 10 billion. And we've got imports, 366 for 269 million. And we've got dual-use goods, 132 for 600 million. Moving to the next slide. Chair, here we are comparing the two quarters, quarter 3 and quarter 4. As indicated there, you can see in quarter 3 more companies, but it's marginal. As you can see, 53 over 51. And under contracting, I think in quarter 3, there has been so many applications, and the values were also high. As you can see, it was 19.4 billion as compared to 5.3 billion in quarter 4. And the munitions, I think in quarter 4, there is more. We've got 2.8 billion. As you can see, in quarter 3, it was only 1.8 billion. And export dual use, quarter 3 was a bit higher for 242 million. As you can see, in quarter 4, we only had 70 million. And comparing the two calendars, perhaps taking it backward to 2024 compared with 2025, you can see in 2025 more companies were registered, but the contracting and export and the dual use, I think there were more in 2024. As you can see, the green color is indicating the significant increase in numbers and values of items that were considered and exported, Chair. And we also have the geographical statistics as indicated there. You can see, Chair, Europe on both dual-use goods and the munitions. The slice of the pie is more inclined to Europe, and followed by Middle East under the munitions. And there's also Africa under the munitions. You can see there's also Africa there, also coming up there. And there's also Asia that has got a slice that is reasonable there. We then jump to the fourth quarter. The same applies. It seems Europe was also dominant here on both the munitions and the dual-use goods. And we've got also Middle East. Under the dual use, we did not have Africa that much. But under the munitions, you can see we still have Africa. We have exported quite a lot to Africa. And Asia, there was none for this period. And under the annual, the situation is still the same. Europe is still dominant. In particular, when we check under dual-use goods, the size is a bit bigger as compared to the munitions. And we've got Africa there is also featuring in that period. And we've also have got Middle East, and Asia is also there. There is only less for America's chair. Okay, Chair, this slide would address some of the questions that were asked by this committee. One of the questions was about the existence of the inspectorate. Chair, I would like to confirm with the support of the Chair that the inspectorate is existing and they are fulfilling their legislative mandate, Chair, and they are reporting to the committee on a monthly basis. And the second matter, Chair, was the issue of more of the allegations that were through the media about some of the violations that could have been observed elsewhere in the world, that some of the NATO states might have alienated controlled items to areas of armed conflict such as Gaza and Ukraine. From our records, Chair, and from the time when the committee considered the applications that were going to NATO states, we have not observed any of the countries that was under UN embargoes. And we are also not aware of any diversions of munitions that were exported from South Africa. That is the response to that one, Chair. And the other question, Chair, which is also an allegation, was that some of the munitions that are of South African nature were observed in Sudan. However, Chair, when we check over the period as it was indicated, particularly in 2024, that was Q1 and Q2, we have not exported any munitions or even the dual use to Sudan. So the NCACC does not have any record of equipment that was directly or indirectly exported to Sudan. That, Chair, was my last slide. It takes care of my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mashaba. And, thank you, Mr. Mashaba. Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, there is the short, in fact, not short, but a comprehensive presentation by Mashaba in terms of the annual report, which we wanted the NCACC to present. It has been presented to you. I will now hand over to you, honourable members, to ask the minister the questions, and the NCACC and the TIC.
Chair, for clarity's sake, is this on point 4 on the agenda, or point 5, or both?
Yeah.
We haven't had the presentation.
The presentation is on the briefing by the NCAC on its 2025 annual report, which is done. And on number 5, which is a feedback on outstanding NCACC response to the committee, including responses to the Aerospace, Maritime, and Defence Industrial Association. And I think the minister covered that part.
That was my question before Mr. Mashaba started, and you said that we will deal with that later. I would like then to know, was that the full presentation on agenda point 5, or is there anything else that should be forthcoming?
Okay. Okay, Minister, you want to respond to this?
Chairperson, we have responded to the issues raised by the AMD and I can give the members my speaking notes. Mr. Mashaba also covered the other outstanding matters as he dealt with the report, clarifying, because our understanding were on, and there were 3 issues. One, it was the issue around changing the legislation, and our response has been direct, we don't have that mandate and responsibility. 2, it was the functioning of the committee we clarified. Mashaba, as he opened the slides, he indicated what has been delegated to the DCACC to finalize, so that this issue of saying the things are not being processed, we're not working effectively, that was the presentation was done. Then there were other issues that emanate from members of the committee to say there's diversion. Mashaba dealt with it at the end after that. So that's how we manage it. I can share my own speaking notes for members, but we have responded. So if they have questions, we can answer the response. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. I'm going to start from that side. I'll start with Honorable Plugis.
Are you starting with questions or clarifying this matter?
I'm starting with questions. I'm
Okay,
starting with questions. Let me start from that side, coming this side. And honorable members, please, every one of us, let's have a 5 minutes time. Let's not take make a speech, a lot of long speeches. Thank you. Honorable Noah, let me start with you.
Thank you, Chair. No, I won't even take 5 minutes. My only question, Chair, I just want to establish from the Minister whether are there countries that perhaps, if such information can be made available, I'm just saying in terms of protocols, are there any countries that perhaps we are not supposed to be like dealing with when it comes to matters of this nature? That means if there is an interest in one country and perhaps it's a country that in terms of relations is not covered, how then do you address such a matter? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Noah. Honorable Plugis.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, with the understanding of the system challenges, I just want to get clarity. What kind of challenges does the system give you in processing the permits?
Thank you, Honorable Plugis. Okay, Honorable Hala.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, just a clarity. In your absence in our committee meetings, can we engage or can we continue with the meeting if your deputy is present? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ala. Honorable, okay, before you, Honorable Harding, let me give Honorable Kwazal, then from there I'll come to you.
Thank you, Chair. So on the Minister's presentation, good morning, Minister, and it's indeed nice to have you here, finally. Minister, we've had a presentation, and in fact we've had several engagements with the industry. And the message that I seem to get is that due to the problems with the NCACC and the permitting issues in the DCAC, is that millions of rands, if not billions, are lost to the South African economy due to this inefficiency. So my question to you is whether you deny this, and a simple yes or no will do. Then under the Prohibition of Mercenary Activities Act, if an armed conflict exists or is imminent, the NCACC must inform the national executive and a country may be proclaimed a regulated country. So my question is, has the NCACC formally informed the national executive that an armed conflict exists or is imminent in any of the regions to which exports were authorized in Q4? Has the NCACC recommended that any countries be proclaimed regulated countries under the Act? And has the President issued any proclamations relating to these countries? And has Parliament been notified. Also, I'd like to know whether you have taken any steps to address the issues that there appear to be with your with the confidence in South Africa as an exporter, so that countries will continue, other countries and certainly industries will continue to do business in South Africa and with South Africa. In my questions to Mr. Mashaba about the system specifically is, what internal audit mechanisms verify the accuracy of the permits issued during the system downtime? Because I believe that, and the ministers also explained it, the transition between an old and a new system. So the question now is, how do you assess whether the integrity of the data is indeed good? My understanding is that there are several permits being issued that have mistakes on them as a result of this transition. And if you deny it, will you please give me the absolute assurance that this is not the case and that the new system is 100% credible? And then also
As you conclude, Honourable.
Yes, thank you. Marketing permits, just according to your timeline, my understanding is that, in fact, there are some of them that are several months behind. Are you absolutely certain about the timelines that you gave in the presentation? Again, are you willing to assert and inform this committee 100% that those timelines are correct? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Kotsel. Honourable Hutton, can I give Honourable Gericke, then I'll come back to you. Yes, sorry. Honourable Gericke.
Yeah, Chair, thank you for the opportunity. And then welcome, Minister. I just want to understand, it's a quick question. We appreciate the pie chart that we see here on Q3 and then also on the geographical statistics and so on. We actually need to know, it's fine, the pie chart is fine, but we need to know with which countries this entity is doing business. Is it countries that are in conflict, in wars somewhere? I see you export a great amount also to the Middle East. Does it include Israel? Which other countries that are in conflict with our country's stance on war and on the protection of human rights of other nations? Because the pie chart is not clear. The pie chart will only say 25% to Europe and 12% to Asia and so on. We actually expected to understand which type of countries, what are the names of the countries, the identity of the countries, where to you export these arms and ammunition and so on. It is important, sir, because if we export to countries that undermine the integrity of other nations and that kill other nations, like as we've seen in Palestine, as we see now in the war in Iran and all over, if we sell to those type of countries, we are in direct conflict with our political conscience. And it cannot be allowed, it cannot be tolerated, it must be reported upon, and there must be a way out. The last time I know that we've heard that there was some export to Israel. So I want clarity on this, Minister, so that we can map the way forward and understand what's happening. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable. Honourable Hunting.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me perhaps first go to the AMD issues. The first issue that the AMD raised was the lack of frequent meetings of the NCACC and the impact that it has on the industry, on contracts, on employment, and the loss of contracts. Now, the Minister gave us an explanation how difficult it is to meet 11 members. And then, but the facts on the table is that there was no meeting of the NCACC in November, December, and January. And the first meeting happened on the 25th of February. And the cutoff date for that meeting was already on the 20th of October. In other words, 127 days it took from the cutoff date until the application can serve at the NCACC. It is 1/3 of the year, 18 weeks. And then the Minister comes and say it's a quorum problem, there are 11 members. But perhaps the Minister should look at Section 6B of the Act. It says clearly, 4 of the members, who must include the chairperson or the deputy chair, plus 3 members, other members, constitutes a quorum. So all of this, we know, this committee is acutely aware of the international travel schedule of the Minister of Defence. I think she's more out of the country than in the country, but that's her job, apparently. But to get 4 members of 11 members around the table doesn't need to take a third of the year. They can't meet. And there's a R1 billion arms industry out there begging them to meet. Thousands and thousands of job opportunities, which apparently is not important enough to get 4 members around the table to approve applications. Chair, this is not acceptable. Let me go to the other issues. The AMD, in a previous meeting, I think that was in July, we put the issue of the Wassenaar arrangement. I think we are still working on the 2010 Wassenaar arrangement. There's a 2024 Wassenaar arrangement that is being utilized by the other 42 members of the Wassenaar arrangement, including Russia, the UK, the USA. But we were told by the NCACC that it's not important and it doesn't affect the arms industry. The AMD comes here and tells us the opposite. And now the Minister says it's not their responsibility, it's Department of Defence's responsibility, which we will certainly then take up with the Department of Defense to understand why the Wassenaar arrangement that other countries that compete with us use is not being utilized by the NCACC and the DCAC. And then I don't understand why do we send DCAC representatives to Europe almost on an annual basis to attend the Wassenaar arrangement if they've got no control over the implementation of this. Chair, I need some clarity on that. The AMD tells us they need the updated Wassenaar arrangement, and there's a reluctance from this side, from the DCAC and NCACC to implement that. So, but if they wash their hands in innocence, let's then go to the SANDF, but let's just get a clear understanding of that. Chair, then the industry also told us about the permit delays, which is actually disputed by the DCAC in the presentation. But we are also being told that there are still computer problems, that the old computer system that should have been replaced in, I think, by April 2025, that we were promised, it didn't come into place until the old system crashed in January. And then it haphazardly was put into place, and it's not properly functioning at the moment. And then they still sit with one printer, apparently an Epson printer, which didn't have sufficient ink, and there was no budget for it. This is what the industry is telling us in their desperate need for permits to continue to employ people and to gain foreign valuta for South Africa. I would like to get a response on that. Then, Chair, one of the pertinent issues that was also put forward to us in their presentation on about 3 weeks ago, and was also raised with Deputy Minister Andries Nel in the July meeting, in which he undertook to respond to this committee within 7 days, and he did not. Also, the NCACC did not respond in repeated reminders on this issue, and that is about allegations of intimidation at the DCAC. That certain industry representatives have been experienced restrictions or difficulty engaging with the DCAC, and one member was actually banned for more than a year from accessing the premises. Now, that was mentioned to us by the AMD and also in a letter that was given to Deputy Minister Andries Nel in July. There was no response forthcoming on this. So I would like to know whether this is the truth, and if it's the truth, on what legislative authority this banning of a person in the AMD area has been banned from an office that should be accessible to all public. I would like to get an understanding of that. Then,
as you conclude, Honourable.
I will. I would like to know the role of the NCACC in terms of Section 13 and 14 of the Act, where it goes of importation, conveyance, and possession of controlled weapons within the Republic. Does the NCACC provide exemptions? For instance, we had a French naval frigate in Cape Town. We had the Will for Peace exercise with a number of foreign vessels. How does the NCACC deal with the conveyance or import of weapons in such a situation where a vessel will come into South African waters, will berth in Cape Town or Durban or any other place? Is it being handled? Are exemptions being applied? How does it actually comply with the Act in terms of those issues? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable. Honourable Kubeki. Are you coming in?
Yes, thank you. Chair, my questions are directly to coming from the presentation by the Minister on our oversight role. My questions, the first one is, how does the NCACC determine when to submit information to Parliament on a confidential basis, and what procedures are followed to ensure compliance with Section 23, subsection 4? The second one is, what mechanisms are in place to facilitate access for MPs serving on this committee, ensuring they can obtain all necessary information to fulfill their oversight responsibilities as outlined in Section 23(6)(c)? And the other one is, can the NCACC clarify the extent of the Auditor General's involvement in reviewing NCACC reporting practices, and whether statutory obligations under Section 23 are routinely included within the audit scope? The other one, are there any challenges or limitations the NCACC faces in balancing confidentiality requirements with transparency and parliamentary oversight? The last one, Chair, is, what steps does the NCACC take to address concerns raised by ourselves as MPs or the Auditor General regarding reporting practices or access to information? Thank you. That will be all, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Kubeki. Honourable Nihas.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Minister. It is truly unfortunate that it took this long for you to appear in front of this committee and for the delays that there were with the reports that were due to this committee. I will deal now with what we have received today, and that is the appendices that we have received, the short introductory remarks by the Minister, and the very late presentation that we received only this morning. I believe it only went to the Secretariat last night from Mr. Mashaba, which is a presentation that superficially follow the 2012 regulation format for exports authorized and add some geographical summaries. But I want to emphasize, Chair, that this presentation falls far short of the mandatory comprehensive reporting that is mandated by Section 23. We are not given the adequate information to be able to carry out our work as a committee to do our oversight. Parliament has not received the level of information required to discharge its oversight duties. I want to state categorically, Chair, that the NCACC and its operational arm have repeatedly failed to implement the National Conventional Arms Control Act, Act number 41 of 2002. There are serious concerns. There's a failure to follow up on end-user certificates, which is a core permit condition. The NCACC's inspectorate has not, despite what Mr. Mashaba is saying, conducted meaningful inspections, contrary to its statutory demands and functions. Mr. Mashaba claimed that inspections occur regularly. I would like to get to know a proper schedule of those inspections and whether those inspections are happening inside the country, but also to the end users, to where the various munitions are being exported. I want to remind the Minister of an answer to a question that she gave me late last year, that the inspectorate only conducted external international inspections as late back as 2014. That is a serious failure. I want to ask, honestly, Minister, do you want to say that you did not know anything about the concerns of AMD? Because that is not what AMD came here and told us. They told us that they've raised their concerns seriously. But beyond that, you do not go into the detail of those concerns, and some of my other colleagues have referred to them also. While this committee has sent the presentation that we have received from AMD to you, yet you don't engage on those issues. With regards to the outstanding matters that Mr. Mashaba pooh-poohed away with a few sentences, I want to remind him and the Minister that there was a letter dated the 14th of April 2025, which I tabled to this committee, and this committee forwarded it to you, about very serious allegations of the export of weapons to nations where those weapons are then passed on to countries that are in conflict, such as apartheid Israel. I'm not going to go into the details of the moral and international arms control problems that places us in, because my colleague, Mr. Giereke, has referred properly to them. But I do want to tell you that your simple statement that this is not true was contradicted by one of the major companies that export from this country, Rheinmetall Munitions. When we visited RDM at their headquarters and we asked them a pertinent question, can you guarantee to us that the arms that you export to nations in Europe and otherwise cannot be transferred on to countries of conflict They said we cannot give any such guarantee. It is not possible to do so. And the problem that we are faced with is that the National Conventional Arms Control Committee does not verify through inspections in those nations and at those companies whether such transfers take place. Chair, I'm going to conclude with 2 more questions. Let me just get to them. Has a copy of the United Nations Register report been tabled in Parliament before submissions to the UN, as is provided for per section 23.2? And when last did the NCACC Inspectorate conduct any inspections or verifications of permit holders on EUCs or controlled items? It relates to my earlier point, but what we need are dates, reports, and outcomes. Given the claim that you, Mr. Mashaba, made in your presentation, that these inspections do actually occur regularly and are reported to on a quarterly basis, what steps are you doing to follow up on the end user certificates for all the 2025 authorizations? Do you just accept them on face value, or do you follow up properly on them? And if you have done so, what and how many breaches have been detected, and what enforcement action have you followed, particularly in the light of your denials, which I'm not sure that you can stand by, of diversions to Gaza, to the Ukraine, in general to apartheid Israel, and to Sudan. This question is becoming even more critical with regards to the current situation that we are faced with in the Middle East.
Thank you.
And I'd also like to know what exports have been approved to the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Chair, Honorable Logeta.
Thank you very much. I think I'm covered by questions from other members.
Okay.
Mine would just be on to whether do we have a schedule of meetings from the NCACC and the industry. Is there a working group so that the issue of permits, approvals can be known and dates can be set, and those who need to apply or renew or whatever, are they having that particular schedule? Because in the presentation of the annual report, I don't get the projections that tell us about the relationship of the NCACC and the industry, because I think we need to do that. The other one is the schedule in terms of inspectorate. I know we talk more of exports than imports, inspectorate, but currently it has become very clear that we have to properly define our relations with the CIRA, this Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, because part of what gangsters do is to open a private security company, access weapons which are used in gang-related activities, but being legal. So when you deal with an inspectorate, does it include such situations? Because all gangsters, whether it's the cat, whether it's the jackal or the lion, all of them have got private security companies, and weapons from those private security companies end up doing criminal activities. Whether do we audit them or what is happening? So I thought that we need to bring that into our understanding, including the relationship of the NCACC with us as the portfolio committee. I think we need to get a schedule of our engagement so that we don't miss each other in action and blame the minister that she's not present, she's absent. They need to schedule, or we need to schedule in our program that this particular quarter, we want the report from the NCACC, this particular quarter, by this particular date, we want a report so that the minister and the NCACC can make time to meet with us as the board so that we don't miss each other in action in terms of our work. But besides, I think it's going to be important given the global geopolitics, especially related to the function of our committee and the role of the NCACC, that they also give us a schedule of the work they need to do so that we are not told that Rheinmetall through Germany is giving weapons to Israel, is giving weapons to Ukraine, and some of those weapons were found, or the shells were found in Russia and Iran, and we unintentionally become adversaries of other countries without our knowledge. So I'm sure in that particular aspect, in terms of inspectorate, we need to get those reports so that we are not caught up by questions in the United Nations Members Assembly there that we are supporting wars, whilst it's not us, it's some of the industries in our country who use our licenses and our codes in their ammunition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Minister, I think you have noted all the questions which are directed to you and also to Mr. Mashaba. Without much to do, Minister, I'm just going to hand over to you to deal with all the members' concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you to...
Thank you, Chair. I just had three issues, Minister. Thank you for the report. The first one is to implore the NCACC to look seriously into the issue of Rheinmetall Denel munitions. When we visited on a site visit their head office, they actually shot themselves in the foot in the response they gave to us, because we asked them a direct question as to whether any of their exports had found themselves where they ought not to. It could be that the person who was responding may have failed to respond, but it could also be that they actually told us what they ought not to have told us. What we will request is that you look into the matter. I think the committee can provide you with a transcript of their response so that you can understand the concern that we have in how they responded to our question. Second question is in terms of the total licenses issued for Q3, Q4, what would have been, how many applications would you have received? How much time would have lapsed between the application and the issuance of the license, so that we also understand the speed with which the NCACC is able to respond to the applications. And those would be my questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Co-Chair. Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Co-Chairperson, and to the members for the questions. There were questions that were related, which I think I need to group the responses, and I'm doing that so that we are not accused of not having answered specific questions. There was a question that said by Honorable Noy that says, are there countries that we are not supposed to transact with in terms of the conventional arms. It links to the question by Honorable Godsell of which countries are we not transacting with. The other issues in terms of responsibility of the executive, I don't think I need to respond to, but what's the gist of the question is which countries are we not supposed to transact with. And it's also linked to the question by Honorable Nihas on saying, have we traded with Israel, the UAE, and so forth. So let me respond in this manner. Yes, there are countries which we are not supposed to transact with in terms of the rules. There is countries that are in war and countries that they can transfer our armaments to the areas of war, more especially where they have a history of violating the requirements of application for further exportation. This question also links to the issue that is raised around Rhine-Dinel metal. So we have dealt with Rhine-Dinel metal for a number of countries, but in terms of our requirements and the standard, if we approve an export of our, whether it's munitions or weapons to your country or components, when you are doing onward exportation, by law, and this is an international convention, you need to reapply to ourselves. And specific to Rhine-Dinel metal, we have not had an application for onward exportation to countries that are in conflict. So it's for that reason that we have not barred the exportation, the export permit of Rhine-Dinel metal, because we have not received applications for onward exportation. If they were received, we would have declined them. And this is linked again to the question raised by Honorable Nihas that talks about how are you sure that these arms and munitions are not finding themselves being used in the war zone. And at the time he started raising it, there were two conflicts he was concerned about. One, it was the conflict in Ukraine that because Germany, which is a country that Rheinmetall originates of course, Dinel is a South African government-owned company. So Germany itself was supporting Ukraine during the Ukraine-Russia conflict. We have said we have not received applications from Rheinmetall for further or onward exportation to Ukraine. Similarly, we have not received those applications to Israel. And in that space, given the nature of the conflict, members will understand that we cannot go and deploy the inspectorate in Gaza or in Ukraine or in Russia now. Because of the nature, you don't want to risk people. So we are in contact with the United Nations when they send their own inspectors to say either we join that mission or we get a report from them. So the UN will then, because then we can have the cover of the United Nations when we go into those inspections. It deals with the issue of saying, have you done international inspections? Including for Honorable Nihas, the matter he raises around, the concerns he raised around Sudan. And the concerns he raised around Sudan is the concerns that relate with the allegations of the UAE involvement in the Sudan conflict. And I want to be specific in that response to say, as a country and as a chairperson of SADC, but also as a guarantor of peace of the Great Lakes region and also in the Horn of Africa, South Africa has responsibilities for ensuring we abide by the conventions of where our arms go to. So similarly, we have, because we have had transactions with the UAE, with companies going to the UAE, who are linked to the UAE, will then have to do, because the UAE, the Sudan escalations are of recent, we then going to, because the AU, in terms of our being elected again in the Peace and Security Council, that's why we insisted on being re-elected as a country, so that we can then direct the program of the AU Peace and Security Council, including the need for the AU to send an inspection mission of saying which arms are being used in the conflict areas within the African continent under the cover of the AU. Those questions, I thought I must respond to them in that manner because they are intensive. Honorable Herrick asked us a question to say which countries are we doing business with. We need to clarify. The pie chart is not sufficient. Honorable Chairperson Chairperson, with your permission, can I request that we submit that list in detail, because we will not be able to sit here and churn out. We don't want to be accused of misleading or not providing all information. We'll provide the response to that in writing. However, we will not provide the details of the companies that are then involved. In terms of the Act, I've read through the Act and I can read Section 23 for members. In terms of the format that we're submitting the report, what is only outstanding is the details of the countries, and we're going to list the countries. And from Honorable Noah's question, I sense an interest on knowing which countries are we not allowed to do which countries are we not allowed to do business with. Outside those are listed in the conventions. There are countries that will, if we mention, because your meetings are open, that they will create a diplomatic problems for ourselves in their nature. In our own meetings, we deal with those openly because our meetings are closed meetings. If we are guaranteed that the reports will not be released, we can share with the committee the details of the countries which we are not allowed to trade with. And we'll need that assurance from the committee because it has diplomatic implications. And this matter, Chairperson, it relates again with the applications, and it relates to the question again by the co-chairperson, Honorable Gigaba, Dr. Gigaba, on some of the timelines in terms of applications. There would be applications to countries which we are not allowed to do to trade with. But knowing, because we cannot take leave of absence of ourselves, we'll then go and we will be knowing. That's why you've got the Department of International Relations who provide us reports, the State Security Agency who provides us report for each application, and then the proliferations. What are they called? There's a DTSC committee that deals with arms proliferations. They all give us reports so that we can consider. So from both the State Security Agency and the DECO, their reports will include, we are working on a mechanism to resolve this dispute, or we know there are processes either at the UN or the EU or at SADC or at ECOWAS that is dealing with this issue. This country may be lifted from the sanctions or whatever. So instead of rejecting an application, you then defer that application to wait for the diplomatic processes that are being done at the right forums. So sometimes the timelines of applications and issuance or decisions are not as straightforward as that. They are also informed whether the country is in that embargo list or sanctions list, and are the mechanisms to move it out. And our view, as we were informed when we were inducted, was that it would be easier for committee to defer that decision than to get the company to reapply. Maybe the weakness is but we do give feedback to say the company must be informed that the matter was considered, but there was no decision taken. The matter is under consideration. That's what we call under consideration matters. And that's the interaction. But Boma Shaba will then provide the other details that you have requested. The confidence about the export of South Africa as an export destination. As the committee, when we got appointed, we sought, because how do we build that confidence? Is the speed at which we take decisions, the consistency of the decisions, the rules that applies in terms of the decisions, so that you've got uniformity and the frequency of the decision making. It is for that reason, and I know Honorable Harting has his own issues. The fact of the matter is that when we say quorum, we mean quorum. It doesn't matter who is who, but we need quorum of at least 3 members and a chairperson or a deputy chairperson to convene. So when we say we didn't have quorum, we didn't have quorum. So we know what the quorum requirements are. And there are meetings that have been chaired by the deputy chairperson of the committee as informed by the law, because the chairperson would not have been available. So it's not a personality issue. We've got the frequency. So, and the major issue that we have, we are not the chairperson of cabinet. And it's in the nature of the beast. When cabinet is rescheduled, it means our meetings are also rescheduled, because the members of the committee, when they're informed by cabinet secretariat that cabinet is rescheduled from this day to this day, they also plan accordingly, because our requirement is that we meet after the cabinet meeting. So when cabinet is rescheduled, the meeting gets rescheduled. It's automatic. And for the period, I've already explained that November last year was not possible. We were hosting the G20. And both myself as the chairperson and the co-chairperson, we were active in the G20 program, not only the 2 days of the summit, but the whole programs of the meetings that took place in the whole of November and going there. So November, that's why cabinet suspended work of any other committee that is linked to cabinet so that we focus. And for the record, in all these other years, there will not be meetings in December and January. They are not there because there's no cabinet meetings in December and January. It's not possible to find the schedule. And it's a reality that the industry must also factor in. That's why we provide that clarity. And if you do a comparison, Chair, unfortunately, even the comparison of 2024 is comparing to the decisions that were taken by this committee when we had to get the work of the NCACC up to date. There were backlogs to 2022 when we took over in 2024, and we made sure that that backlog is up to date. So we have done our part to make sure that the industry can have the sequencing and the and consistency that they're required to have. But you can only do what is humanly possible. We need to appreciate that members of the committee are members of cabinet or the national executive, and we work in accordance with that program. That's why I took into detail to explain what happened in November, and I'm now explaining that there are no cabinet schedule meetings. If you want our schedules, we'll provide the schedule of cabinet meetings because we've got the calendar of cabinet, but when they are rescheduled, they are rescheduled, and members of the committee go and arrange and attend to other matters. Mr. Mashaba will deal with the detail of the challenges of the system challenges when we do when we deal with them when it deals with the operational matters that have been raised. And then there was an issue around the access, and the member of AMD banned accessing. As we have indicated, we are not the custodians of the location of the DCACC. It is the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense deals with the access control measures of their own premises. So any matter that is related to access control may be raised with the Department of Defense. And then there was a question, or the question by Honorable Hala around whether this committee, the Joint Standing Committee of Defense, can meet with the committee in the absence of the chairperson. And as I've indicated in my opening remarks, the chairperson holds no superpowers or extraordinary powers than any other member. The chairperson has been, in terms of the law, assigned the deputy chairperson, who's fully delegated by law to take in and stand in when the chairperson is not available for that purpose. So the committee can meet with the members of the committee and the deputy chairperson. And by the way, the committee members, we are fully and severally held to accountable for all the decisions, and all of us are on the same wavelength. So any member of the committee can come through. On our part, except for today, we always make sure we send a delegation of 2 or 3 because of the constraints of availability. On the questions that were raised around facilitating access to MPs to do their oversight work, if we are informed, we will convey the messages to the Department of Defense to make sure the smooth access of the members are done. If we are informed, we're required to be informed so that we can do the facilitation. If we are not informed, we do not have the control and the mechanisms to intervene. In terms of the AGSA access, as where we are, the AGSA audits the workings of the Department of Defense and its related committees and institutions with no limit. We have not received any complaints that our documentation were not available to the AGSA for access. And I know I've dealt with similar complaints with the AGSA from my primary responsibility as the minister in the presidency, who also oversees the state security agencies, and we have smoothed that part on. So I don't think it will be difficult if there's an issue on this side to smooth that one. In terms of the scope of the AGSA decides its scope of coverage of an audit. We don't prescribe to them and where there are differences in terms of scope, in terms of the AG procedures and methodology, the Auditor General will request me as the chairperson or the committee for an engagement so that we can clear the scope. Since I've taken over, or since this committee was appointed, we have not had such a request from the AGSA. I think in my earlier responses, I have clarified the issues of how we are going to do the inspections in the conflict areas in line with the UN and AU, so that we can have the protection and cover, but also secure the life and limb of the inspectorate. Excuse me. The full information, except that which has been requested by members of parliament, which we said will provide in writing. If we can have the details of which information that we're required to provide, we'll provide. And there was a specific question whether I am aware of any complaints from the AMD. The AMD has not returned to us. So our interaction with the correspondences from the AMD, they come from yourselves as the committee and what we read in the media. Unfortunately, in the nature of our work and our area of responsibility, we don't run with what's in the media, we run with facts. And as I've indicated earlier, we have provided how our time schedules are for meetings and what are the implications. There's a request by Honorable Lekwete, who's the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Our issue is that we are a committee, we are not responsible for the Department of Defense. And our responsibility is to adjudicate on application. AMD members are the applicants. Our problem is that when we meet with AMD members, they're going to come and lobby us. So tomorrow we'll be dealing with, we have been influenced to take decision X or decision Y. So we have insulated ourselves from that. What we have done in the third committee meeting when we started, we indicated the need for the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition and the Department of Defense to host a meeting with the defense industry, and not necessarily the AMD as an association, but to host a session with the defense industry, because our view has been there's a need to rebuild the defense industry in South Africa, and therefore the responsible departments, for instance, trade and industry is important in terms of the transformation issues in the department or in the defense industry, and the Department of Defense, they are responsible for policy and legislative framework. We have said to them, get an industry session going, because even if we get it going, what do we do with that information? We do nothing, because our job is just to consider the application, make sure that they're submitted. But there is a need at a industry level engagement, because we also at a cabinet level have identified defense as a strategic sector. There's a need at those responsible departments to have that engagement. But from the correspondences, all the correspondences since last year to this year that we have received from this committee, we are realizing that the MD thinks the NCACC is an easy punching bag to punch, and hoping that when we are punched, we're going to punch the others. We have no power to punch the other departments, but we are pleading with the committee to say maybe engage with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition and the Department of Defense to hold a session around how to rebuild the South African defense in industry. It's also important in the advancement of technology, because the defense industry has been in all across the countries, is the defense and intelligence industry that have led the advent of new technologies and deployment of new technologies. So the issues that are raised, they must be dealt at an industry level, and we are hoping we have directed to the right people. The other questions that were raised by Honorable Niehaus, I'd responded to them earlier when I've dealt with. Even our format, Honorable Niehaus, is in terms of the law, and will provide because the only missing gap was the countries, which we'll do in the summaries, will indicate countries X, how many, and so forth. Will provide that information, and from now on, as we go to report in the next quarter, we'll provide that on. Honorable Lekgote also raises the issue around the relationship with CIRA. As part of the work that we are doing in this inspectorate, they go and inspect the members of the private security industry. What the President raised during the SONA is what we have raised with the Minister of Defense to say, let's do another regulation, review another additional regulation to make sure we can, the concerns you are raising, which are genuine concerns about arms that are all sorts of things. I don't want to be quoted in this platform. We are working with the Minister of Defense to make sure we support the drafting of the new regulations. You'll recall when I replied during the debate that as a committee, we are engaging with the Minister, and during the month of March, we'll consider a draft regulation which the Minister can then finalize to also tighten the issues that you are raising with the private security industry. And then there was a question around the schedule of applications to be considered. So what we have as a situation, we don't know who has applied until we get the pack for the meeting. So if we have to schedule, because there are these, so that's why we schedule in terms of the application, in terms of our own standard meetings. What happens also is that the Secretariat also raises an issue to say, look, we know this is outside of your meeting, but we have received a large number of applications, and either you're going to have, we call them books, either you're going to have 4 books or 6 books in a meeting. Is it not possible to schedule another meeting, Chair, to just a special meeting to consider? And when that happens, we do schedule the meetings, and we check the availability of members, and we do schedule the meetings. And I must really thank the Deputy Chairperson of the committee for when I'm not available and that requirement arises, for always being available to stand in and chair the committee so that the relevant decisions are taken. I've responded to the issues that were raised around Rheinmetall, Denel munitions, and the license issued, but Mr. Mashaba can then provide further details. In terms of the committee meetings, because the chairperson of the portfolio committee raised the meetings of the committee, in terms of the law, we are required to submit a report in every quarter, to end of every quarter, to yourself about the previous quarter. And in terms of process, which ourselves, we have literally worked around it, because sometimes the schedule, because accordingly, we must first go to cabinet with the report and then come to the committee with the report. But we have been coming to the committee in terms of the time that we are given by the committee. If we're going to do the strict procedure of going to cabinet first, it will mean we'll then have to go to cabinet. When we finish cabinet, we'll come and say to the co-chairpersons, we have submitted to cabinet, cabinet has given us a go-ahead, and this is what we're bringing to yourselves, and raise the issue. But I'm sure we can work on the issues of whatever. And I'll hand over to Mr. Mashaba to then clarify the operational matters that were raised, which I think are only 2, and then we can then I can then close and hand back to you. Thanks, Chairperson.
Mr. Mashaba, you can go on.
Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, there was a question about what happened to the system. It was the issue was not the functionality of the system. It was hardware that failed, and that hardware has been replaced. However, perhaps to indicate what led to the delay was the migration of data. We've got a huge database, as you would recall, Chair, starting from the Armscor time, that is before 1994. So the volume of data was massive, and that in itself was taking time to migrate and configure a new database, a hardware to be able to respond to the new system. So that's basically what was the issue with the system, Chair. And in terms of the validity of the data, the integrity of the data, Chair, on that one, from what I have verified at my level, given that I was involved to some extent on both the old and the new system development and the data that is there, I am the one responsible for verification of the data. The data is intact. What perhaps could be a challenge which we are dealing with is the features that are not the same. The databases are not the same. That was an old database from a different supplier, and this is also a database from another supplier, so the features are not 100% the same. It's a different system altogether, and that could be what we could say it was a challenge, but I think a lot of those challenges were addressed. Hence, we are now able to issue permits. That's the issue on that. And the other question, Chair, was the issue about marketing permit, whether the timelines as indicated on my presentation are correct or not. The timelines are correct. And to be specific, perhaps, Chair, through you, a marketing permit is not country specific. A marketing permit, it's a tool to market. And most of these companies, once they registered and once they have a marketing permit, they will never come back again to apply for marketing unless they amend, given their business nature that is evolving, then to include other products that they did not have before. But a marketing permit is not country specific, unlike your import, export, and contracting. Those are country specific, and at times they will need to come to the committee for consideration. But a marketing does not come to the committee, Chair. That is the response for that one. And on the issue of the RFMA, perhaps if I may indicate, Chair, there is a separation. The NCACC Act and RFMA are not related. Under NCACC Act, we deal with conventional arms and dual-use goods. That's one. Two, coming to the RFMA, this one is an issue of South African citizens who happen to be participating in areas of armed conflict. Those are individuals who will go and perhaps join a particular country, or maybe the rebels of a particular country. There could be activities that are happening, but obviously those activities, some of those activities, they are legitimate ones that can be approved or considered by the committee. And that's an issue that is still under debate. I'm participating in quite a number of meetings. The deputy chair of the NCACC is also involved in some of those. There are challenges in that field, if I may indicate, Chair, given that our act in its current form and shape is more specific that you must be a South African citizen and be a resident in the Republic. However, the challenge that we are exposed to that we did not know about is that we are dealing with individuals with dual citizenships. And some are not even resident in the Republic. They are elsewhere in the world. And however, they also need to apply for certain things in South Africa. So that's a challenge, a legal challenge that we are facing. And these are some of the dynamics that are new to us. We are exploring that. We are engaging with NPA and quite a number of, a team from the legal community who are assisting, the NCACC with regard to this matter. I think, Chair, from my side, oh yes, there was, I think, Chair, the issue of the Wassenaar list. Much as perhaps the chair of the NCACC has covered quite a number of issues, the Wassenaar arrangement, by the way, if I were to indicate, it's not a legally binding instrument. It's voluntary. However, yes, we have integrated some of the controls as part of our control list. From the industrial side, if I were to indicate, as the chair has alluded to earlier, Chair, we have not received an official position from industry to say these are the issues. We only hear about these issues from the committee side, but directly from industry, a position perhaps to say these are our concerns. This is what we don't see on the list. The specifics, because to generalize and say the list, it's not a cut and paste exercise. There are technicalities that are involved in, hence we need to know, once we have the specifics of what is required, what does the industry wants to see, what is contained in the 2024 as opposed to the 2010 list. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mashaba, and thank you, Minister. Minister, we are quite happy that you spoke at length on these matters. You spoke with authority to ensure that you know each and every a transaction which members have been concerned about. Minister and Mr. Mashawa, we are being sure that we are not spokesperson of the AMD. However, they were here, they presented to the committee, and they indicated the challenges which they were facing. And one of the issue which Minister they spoke about is the companies which are in distress, which can be closed anytime if ever things are not improved. But as you have indicated here that the system is up to date, the system, the challenge was a migration from old to new. We are totally we are hopeful, and we believe in what you are saying, and we hope things going forward will be dealt in a different way. Honourable members, let me appreciate and let me thank you for engagement on these issues. This is not the last. We'll continue engaging the minister, and the minister has explained that in her absence, any 4 members of the committee they make a quorum. So that matter is clear, honourable members, and I think we will not be having some fights and being told that we are protecting this and not protecting this one. So, co-chair, I don't know if yeah. Without much, Minister, let me thank you and let me thank honourable members and say members. There's an issue here of the deployment, Minister. I think let's raise you so that we can just deal with this. Just a minute, members. Honourable members, we are released. I think Mr. Mashawa and the staff. Let's just deal with this item and then we'll close.
I did ask for permission to be.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it's like it's just 2 pages.
Yeah.
La Puma no Hey, umakhelwane wakho uyahlupha man.
Bank's ID.
Yes, I saw the statement.
Can we just deal with this last item? Are you ready, Doc? Okay. Can we, members, can you? Yeah?
It's better we do it now.
Yeah?
No, it's better we do it now.
Lots of time
left. So that we adopt these reports and
Okay. Okay. Can you, members? Let's proceed. Members who are remaining with the issue of the deployment, I think we'll hand over to Doc to deal with it, and then we'll have the consideration of the draft of West Coast Oversight visit, Yeah, I think if we can just run through those three issues, and we'll be over. Talk.
Thank you, Chair and members. I'll try to make this as quick as possible. The first one is...
Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Raise the hand. Chair.
Honorable pledges?
Can we not deal with this matter and defer the other two? It's a proposal that I'm making to the House.
Can we?
Deal with this one and defer the other two to our next meeting.
We deal with this one and defer the other two?
Yes.
Okay. That's a proposal, honorable members. Are you okay with that?
Seconded.
Yes, seconded. Oh, seconded. Thank you. Okay, let's deal with this matter and then we'll...
Thank you, Chair. Members, this is just a two-pager. It's the standard format that we use to report back to the Houses on deployment letters. So today's deployment letter that was discussed, we view this in terms of the joint rules of parliament that requires this committee to report to the two houses. The letter for consideration dated the 5th of March, it complies with the requirements of the Constitution as it was explained today. Then the consideration of deployment letters. The Parliament's Joint Standing Committee of Defence considered the relevant letters during its meeting on 13 March today. During the engagement, the committee made the following comments. Just extracting from discussions from the committee, three key comments. Is first that the committee noted the deployment. Then the committee raised concerns that the deployment letter was dated only 5 March 2026, while the deployment commenced on the 31st of January. And lastly, that the committee raised concern that while the letter of deployment was limiting the deployment to Gauteng, the presentation included reference to deployments in the Free State and Northwest provinces. So those are just extracts from the discussions that members had. Then in terms of the final paragraph, recommendations, the proposal put forth for members' consideration is that the committee notes the deployment and does not recommend the Houses of Parliament to consider the amendment, substitution or termination of the deployment. And then perhaps based on the comments, Chair and members, just an additional consideration is that the committee will request the Minister to provide further clarity on the deployment area of this operation, given that the letter of deployment was limiting the deployment to Gauteng, while the presentation included reference to deployments in the Free State and Northwest provinces. Chair's hand back to you. That is the proposal based on the discussions today, and for us also to stay in line with this committee's own internal SOP on the consideration of presidential letters. Thank you, Chair.
You talk. There you are, members. You want to make some comment on this presentation, Honourable Gotza?
Yes, and Chair, it is a difficult one, and perhaps just if Dr. van Rensburg, Janse van Rensburg, can advise. I agree with the proposal. If you could just go down a little bit where we say that the committee raised concerns the deployment letter was dated and the concern that while the letter of deployment was limiting the deployment to Gauteng, I think that letter also limited us or them to mining activity, whether that should also not be included.
Okay.
Chair, even if I don't want to, I think I would agree with Honourable Cotsell that what we are having in this proposal is that they state Joburg and mining in the brief that we got. They even extended, and they've actually started already in Joburg and the Northwest. So I would have agreed with him to say that this thing must not only be, the letter I think maybe should not only have stated mining, but broader internal deployment and not only mining. I agree with Honourable Concern.
Thank you, Chair. I think based on the points added by honourable members, we also, it's going to be important because Dr. Janse van Rensburg I think the presentation that we got was speaking on the deployment according to the SONA, but the letter we have received is speaking on the deployment of Prosper. So I think it's going to be important that we add on our recommendation that the letter related to the deployment of the SONA, which include Northwest, Free State, Eastern Cape, Gauteng, Western Cape, must be brought as soon as possible for consideration of the committee, because it's confusing. The letter speaks to another program and the presentation speaks to another program, which includes extended provinces. So I would second Honorable Courts and Honorable Plakis that that we get a proper letter that speaks to the commitment of the SONA. And in the SONA, there's also a request that we will be furnished with the technical plan of how we deal with this thing. Then that would mean the point is earlier raised by Honorable Harting of the joint training between the SAPS and the SANDF. With that in mind, I so move that we consider the letter. I thank you.
Chair, yes, I think the letter today does not necessarily relate 100% to the SONA announced deployments, because this deployment in the letter already started on the 30th of January. Suffice to say, the members' concerns stand valid, so we just expanded there to note also that the Minister in a response can also clarify under which authorization the recent anti-gang deployments in Eldorado Park and related areas in Gauteng took place, so there will hopefully be clarity on that. And then, Mr. Legoite, to your point, the committee further calls for the urgent submission of the letter of employment of the SANDF as announced during the SONA. So hopefully with those, that captures the concerns.
We agree with the amendment.
Can we have a mover and a seconder, Sir Chair?
Yeah.
Do we have? So
I so move.
Seconded.
GNU